My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Joey Ravioli, Grouchy Ash, Y2 Yasmin, Domed, Dome, Gayfesh, Uncle Gumbald, Kitty Kada, Maki Pocky, Metroplex, Asylum, Diamond King, Dank Catlord, Jatraz, Palm Dad, Aska, Grime Dango, Lotta Apples, 10-letter name, Niana, Grouchy Ash, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Lady Kelgana, Baphomet, Archer73. Why is chat not on screen? I need to turn the chat on screen. There we go. I remember why chat's not on screen. I remember. Thank you. Mesmerized, Evelyn, Foehammer, Vorbuddy, Punk Corpse, Vines, Posadas John, Maki Pocky, Furcifer, Dust Aeon. From the YouTube chat, we have Lillian, Aqua Fractaline, Fig Fairy, X Cozy, Space Girlfriend, Peyton Martin, Ken Key, Moslin, Azzy Miller, Tori Cassiatore, Scott K, Lil Lily, Sunny Joe, Luscious Lucia, SMG Hottie, Fine Black, Willy Bubba, Sunny Joe, Twinkie Stores, Toenail Clippings, odd, but I'm not gonna judge, Fig Fairy, Falmer Flamingo, Aqua Fractaline, Kareem, I think we got basically everybody, huh? Exotellurian. There's a lot of new names in chat, which makes me very happy. If you are here, please press the like button. Slam the like button, in fact. The like button would be deeply appreciated. That is how we grow this channel. That is how we always ensure that there are new viewers getting recommended this video. And as you all know, that is deeply appreciated because I would love to grow the presence of this show. And you all know that more people deserve to see quality entertainment, quality streaming. I'm too late. I liked the stream 20 minutes ago. That just means you get an A++. You look great today, Demon Mama. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Deeply appreciate that. Thanks again for the Signalis key. It's a very good game. Signalis is a fantastic game. It has been, it is permanently infected a section of my mind. I love Signalis. I can't recommend it enough. It is my #1 horror recommendation since Darkwood. It's the best horror game I've played since I played Darkwood. So, real quick, since we've got a lot of people here in chat, how's the audio levels today, okay? I've been getting mixed messages about the audio. On the videos, it seems to be too loud, but on the streams, it seems to be too low. Just real quick, I'm looking for people who have their audio on like a regular level. It's kind of low, okay? Good, good. Much better. Dredge is actually the next game I'm planning on playing. So those of you who have been recommending me play Dredge, that's the next game I have on my list. Okay, so it's a little low. People are saying it's a little bit low. Music was a little bit louder. Yeah, the music I tried to get a little bit louder. My volume is at 50% and I have to turn YouTube down. Okay, so, all right. Sounds medium at max volume. Okay. Is the site having issues? I apologize if there's issues with the site. There shouldn't be. I can double check and make sure, but if anybody's having issues accessing the site, just let me know. Thick boy, thank you so very much for the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. You all, you, my lovely imps, are the ones that make this possible. Piftle Cakes, another person making this all possible. Travel Night again, thanks for keeping me awake, mama. Have fun, imps. You're very welcome. and I'm going to definitely be keeping you awake tonight because there is a lot of funny things to talk about today. Today is going to be a very funny stream because we have to talk about arguably three major instances of conservative derangement, which we haven't really talked about in a while. Lately, the conservatives haven't even been funny to react to. They've just been sad and pathetic. However, today we have funny things to laugh at. You are a red name now. Congratulations. Yeah. I picked up Signalis, but I played Citizen Sleeper first. Oh, I wrote a blog about Citizen Sleeper and Signalis. I actually think they are really good games to play in close proximity. Even though they're not made by the same people, they're not published by the same people, the only thing is that they share certain thematic elements. The tone of these two games is completely different. Citizen Sleeper is like super hopeful. It's very sweetly sad, whereas Signalis is the most oppressive horror game I've played in a very long time. But together they offer sort of a light and a dark interpretation of similar issues, and I really like that. So if you, like me, end up playing them in close proximity, I would love to hear your thoughts. So, you know, share them with me in the comments would be fantastic. You have a request? Yes, Grime Dango, what's the request? Hit me with the request. Signalis is unbelievable. The game made me cry and I wasn't even mad. Yeah, it's really good. Imp style emote of Osiris of OSRS. Oh, Gnome Child. True! Actually, that would be really good. Noxy, did you play Tunic? I did. I actually beat Tunic this morning, and I don't know if I'm quite ready to review Tunic yet. However, let me tell you, I fucking love Tunic, okay? And I bounced off Tunic the first time I played it. I don't know what it was. When I first played Tunic, I kind of bounced off of it, but a friend convinced me, the friend that might be in this very chat, in fact, convinced me to go back and play it, and dear God, I love it. I really do love it. It is amazing, okay? It is truly incredible. And I have a lot to say about it, but I need to think about it. Thick Boy with the incredibly generous gifted tier 3 sub. Holy crap. Thick Boy, thank you so much. Holy moly, thank you so much. You are supporting the wonderful stream today. So huge shout out to Thick Boy. Thank you very much for making this all possible today. Seriously, it means the world to me to have support. I'll probably talk about that type of stuff a little bit in a bit, so. The blood name is pretty great, isn't it? Tunic is a one-of-a-kind journey. Yes, it is. Tunic is the type of game where once you finish playing it, you wish that you could immediately bang your head on the wall and get amnesia so that you could play it again. Tunic is, it's something else. I have to put my thoughts together for Tunic because I want to give it a review that is fitting of how much I enjoyed it and how highly I think of its design. Lately though, I've been blessed with all of these incredible games. This year, 2023, has been a year of art for me. And I've really needed it because it's been a rough year after a rough year. As you all know, 2022 was a pretty challenging year for me. I had to take a lot of time off of stream because I was pretty severely sick 3 times last year. I also moved and my car got stolen. 2022 was a really tough year. So going into 2023, I was like, wow, I feel really bad about the way 2022 went, and I hope that this year goes better. And so I've been kind of challenging myself to dig into art a lot. And it's been really worthwhile. And I've been lucky enough to get to play some truly breathtaking games. I think the games this year are kind of taking the forefront as far as the artistic experiences of this year that are meaning the most to me. Although, I don't know, Hannibal was pretty impactful, and I finished that at the beginning of this year, so. Yeah, fuck COVID. Yeah, COVID fucking sucks. I think Tunic had some bugs on release, but they got fixed. Yeah, I didn't encounter any major bugs. I mean, I fell through the geometry like once or twice in the entire game, but it's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, the Joyriders who destroyed my car. Yeah, that was wild. Willie Bubba 79, hey Demon Mama, hope you're having a great day today. I am actually having a great day today. It has been, this year, wait, what was I gonna say? Today, sorry. Today has been wonderful. I was thinking about this year, but you mentioned today. Today has been great. I woke up pretty early this morning, and I spent a lot of time outside. We have new birds in our yard, which is really exciting. As you all know, I am a big bird fan. I love birds. I watch birds and I spot birds. In fact, I literally have a bird watching book right here. Look at how cute all the amazing pictures of birds are. I love birds. I think birds are amazing. And they make me happy. And I like spotting them. And I have a journal in which I keep track of all of the birds that I've seen. And I'm trying to get better and better at it. And ideally, in the future, I would like to do bird photography. So I'd like to go out into the wild on a nice morning, wait for some birds, and get some pictures of my own to post. Yeah, and yeah, I want to do that in the future. But anyway, the whole point is this morning there were there's been a whole bunch of new birds in the area. This morning I saw a white-crowned sparrow which lives in our yard, which is amazing. We have a new bird living in our bush, which makes me so excited. It's like having a new friend. Every morning now I get to go outside and see this cute little songbird going chip 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 chip. And it has a beautiful white head and these brown patterns all over its wings. So cute. But this year, last year, I had a lot of finches and sparrows in the yard. This year, in addition to the sparrows and the finches, which of course we still get both of those, we now have a chickadee that lives in our yard, a family of chickadees, and we have a family of juncos that live in our yard. And we now have a white-crowned sparrow that lives in our yard. So our yard bird diversity has gone way up since last year, which is super exciting. Yeah, juncos. Juncos are really cute. Let me show you what it looks like. They're really adorable. They're very common in this area, but they are a very cute, very, very cute bird. This is it right here. This is what they look like. Here, I'll show you right now. This is, oh, really? This is what it, oh, really? Okay, I'll leave that up. This is what a dark-eyed junco looks like. And we have a family of these that live in our yard. They're very tiny. They're little tiny birds. They could fit right in your hand. But they like to sing. They are very chirpy. They're very friendly birds. They like to hang out with other birds. So you'll see juncos hanging out with like 3 or 4 different types of songbirds. So we get those. Yeah, they just go like, really cute. I can't do bird sounds that well, but they're really adorable. We also have, let me show you here. I'll show you the white-crowned sparrow, which is the new one that's in the yard. This is what, oh, she looks almost just like this. This is such a great image. This is what the white-crowned sparrow looks like in our yard. Just like this. A little bit more brown on the back wings. But as you can see, she has these beautiful head with these big, just adorable. And it's like, it's so, the white is so bright. It's incredible. Like I was like, wait a minute, that's not our usual sparrows. So pretty cool. We've also got, let me show you another one that we have in our area. These are so cool. These guys come to our yard every couple days, but they don't live in our yard, but they like to come by occasionally to eat our, we have a suet feeder, which I don't know if you know, if anybody knows what suet is, but it's a, suet is like a, it's basically like fat that's like mixed with seeds, and they make it into a little cake, and it's very, very good for the birds because it's highly nutrient dense, but it's easy for them to eat quickly and safely, so they can pop up and do it. This is the bird that we have. It's called a northern flicker. And as you can see, this is a much bigger bird. This is more like I would say like 2 hand widths, you know? Like if you take your hands and put it like that, that's about, maybe a little smaller, maybe more like that. Yeah, there we go. Like maybe like a hand and a half. And very beautiful. This one hangs out in our yard. It also makes a very cute noise. Let me see if I can play the noise for you because it makes a really cute noise. Loud as heck. You can hear this all over the neighborhood. Let's see if I can get it to play the right one. Here we go. Where is it? Call sounds. Territorial call. Maybe it's this one. That's not it. That's one of them. So that's one of the calls that it will make, but it will also do, the other call that it does is it will do this, it will do basically like a, oh, that's loud, that's much louder. It'll do like a, yeah, here we go. Obviously they drum. They are a woodpecker, so they do go dug, 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 dug. But let me see if it'll do the call. It's so cute. I want to find, it has another call that it does. I don't know if I'll be able to find it off the cuff here, but it does like a quee, quee, quee. And it does like this one yell, and it will do it over and over and over again. And sometimes it will perch right outside my window and go quee, quee, quee. And it's just like, oh, I've literally been woken up by this bird just going, bah! It's so cute. I love them. They're so cute. Incredible. That's the best way I can describe it. They're so cute. They're so sweet and so cute, and they're so beautiful. They have such I mean, you can see, look at it. Look at how pretty this bird is. What a wild... They have a little mustache. It's so cute. It's literally called a mustache. Some of them have the red mustache like this. Look at this guy. I've seen one that looks like this too. I've seen one with a red mustache. Some of them have black mustaches and some of them have red mustaches. Very, very, very dripped out bird, if I do say so myself. And then of course, we've also spotted this one I've showed before. I actually showed a video of this on stream. I took a video of this one, but of course we get these adorable California scrub jays, which look like this. Yeah, this is pretty much exactly what they look like. We've seen these little dudes all over the place. Wait, where is he here? There it is. This one, we get these in our yard too. They don't live in our yard. They live, there's like a big empty lot a little ways down from our house that's full of shrubs, and there's like 10 of these guys living in there. And they come over to our yard to steal food, but they don't live in our yard. But look at how cute they look. They're bright blue. Do I have a favorite type of bird? I'm very partial to the chickadee. The black-cap chickadee is probably one of my favorite birds of all time. Let me show you what this little boy looks like. They are, of course, remarkably adorable birds. No doubt about that. And many of you will already know what a chickadee looks like, but I figured I would show you what it looks like because they're so adorable and I love them so much. Here's the picture I was thinking of right here. This little boy right here with his big old mustache. Whoosh. This is a black-cap chickadee. And these are they're just, I love them. I love them so much. They make a really cute, so something about chickadees that a lot of people don't know is that chickadees have one of the most complex bird languages in the entire world. They have very, very complex bird songs that are a little bit hard for us to hear immediately until you train yourself to listen to them. But they also have a very iconic call. If any of you live in a forested, area that's close to some mountains, you will, of course, know this song when I play it. Let me play it for you, okay? Some people call it the cheeseburger. Some people call it the Phoebe. Some people call it the Hey Sweetie. But here, I'll play it for you real quick. Yeah. And some of you have probably heard a million varieties of that call. For me, it's ridiculously nostalgic because the state that I used to live in on the East Coast was full of chickadees. And so all summer long, you would hear this song pretty much all day. You know, the Phoebe, Phoebe, and there's so many varieties. Some of them are slower, some of them are faster. But it's a really beautiful and nostalgic sound for me. It's basically like when I hear a chickadee sing, it like teleports me back in time to my childhood during summer, like falling asleep next to the window near the woods and just hearing all the bird sounds, and then you hear all of these chickadees singing their little cheeseburger song. And they're really great. It's just a very nostalgic sound for me. And also, just come on, how can you reject the little puffball? He's so cute. Of course, chickadees are tiny. They're little tiny baby birds. I can't even believe they're so tiny. They're one of the smallest ones out there, and yet they are so socially complicated. They have a whole social system. It's amazing. A little bird this big with a tiny brain the size of a seed. Incredible. Have I played Wingspan? I love Wingspan. Love it. My favorite bird is the European nightjar. Let's take a look at that. Oh, what a cool bird. Wow. Wow. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's a flatty. He looks like he blends right in the tree. That's so adorable. Amazing. What a cool bird. Damn, there's so many good pictures of these. They're so adorable. They have a big mouth. Look at his big old mouth. Look at this thing's big old mouth. Wah! Hungry. This thing wants food. Ah. That's so cool. We had a ton of quail. I think quail are really cute, personally. Oh, that's a wild bird. The frigate bird? That is so cool. It has a big thing. Look, what the? This is called a frigate bird. I didn't know about this type of bird. Brop. What a wild looking creature. I think it's possible I might have heard some of them down here in Colombia. I bet some of them are migratory. Chickadees live all over the world. I wonder where, actually, let's take a look. Let's take a look at where they live. It looks like they mostly live up here in the northern hemisphere, but I imagine that it's possible that some of them live elsewhere. But apparently it looks like at least most of them live up in the United States, between the United States Well, they live most all over the United States, actually. If you look here, this is where it says chickadees. Wait, that's a really terrible map. Here we go. It looks like this is where they mostly live. They live in this band here. But some of them do go further south. I'm sure there's other birds that have a similar call. Wow, I love birds. All of this was the bird stun lock, but I don't really care. I love birds, so I'm always okay with them. I'm always okay with talking about them. They're just awesome. Anyway, yeah, so all of this spawned off of today being a good day for me, and I feel very good. Yeah, I guess stun locks are a good thing, so they don't or stun lock that's good is just a normal tangent that's enjoyable, right? It's only a stun lock if it's about Marvel. Now don't get me started on Marvel. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, the bird lock. Raised by field mice with a $5 autistic moment where I tell you that swifts live most of their lives in the sky and only land during breeding. Weird and excellent. That is really cool. Swifts are another really cool bird. Thank you for that information. I didn't actually know that they live the majority of their life in the sky, but that totally makes sense. I mean, it's kind of hard to fuck in the air, you know? Like that's pretty difficult, right? Owls? Oh, now we haven't spotted an owl around here. However, at night, we have been hearing an owl. I tend to go on a lot of nighttime walks. I am a bit of a nocturnal person. I always have tended to favor the nighttime as far as my sleep schedule goes. So I tend to do a lot of nighttime walks with my dog. Usually me and my partner, one of my partners and my dog will go on a walk. Sometimes we'll all go on a walk together. And we have been hearing an owl hooting at nighttime. And it is because, of course, even in like a, you know, I live on the, you know, I live in Seattle, and so even where I am, you know, there's a lot of houses and stuff, but an owl it can hoot so loudly at night that like we can't even place exactly where it is. It just echoes all the way across the neighborhoods from up in the forest near us. We just hear like hoo 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 hoo, and it's so cool. When I was younger, we used to have owls in our yard. Where I lived when I was younger was very forested, and I lived in a house, not in like a suburb. I lived in a rural area, like very rural. And so we used to have owls in our yard, but I haven't had an owl in my yard in forever. So it's been really cool for us to get to hear the owl at night in an area like this. It also just makes me happy because I think animals are awesome. Yeah, owls also have the most ridiculous talons you can imagine. Have you seen a cowbird? I have seen a cowbird. Cowbirds are so cute. Yeah, if I get an owl, the problem is though, my yard doesn't really have any large trees. Owls really like large trees, and some owls like barns or sheds, but we don't really have either of that. I don't really have the habitat for an owl, but maybe it'll come and land. Last year, I did have a hawk land on our fence, which I got to see. And that was pretty cool, but I haven't had an owl in our yard. Yeah, I believe the owl you're hearing is probably a barred owl. I think that's believable. As I understand it, barred owls are pretty loud, right? Actually, I could probably tell you. Let's listen to the barred owl call real quick. They have a distinct hooting call of 8 to 9 notes. Oh, that's the one that goes, okay, that's so cool. Let's listen to it. Oh my God, how cute! What? They're so cute! I'll have to try and record it. I'll try and record the call that I hear at night and see if I can identify it. God, they're so adorable. Oh, I love those, Louie boy. Oh, those are so cute, Louie boy. Louie boy was just saying that down where they live, they get these. That's such a, look at that scruffly, I love his little goatee. It's so amazing how much variety there are in birds. I think that's part of what makes birds so exciting to me, is just that there is so much bird variety. Like, birds range from ostriches to chickadees. The range that is present in birds is like countered only by like, I don't even know. I don't know if there's like maybe fish. Maybe fish? I don't even know. Like, it's so wild. Oh, that's so cute. Hoopoo. The pootu sounds insane. Oh yeah, the patu. The patu is the bird that does the loud, it has like the big mouth. You want to know what's a crazy sounding bird? Now this one is just, we're entered into the bonus bird section. Which is the one, what's it called? The, hold on, oh no. Yeah, the kookaburra. Most people have heard of kookaburras, but very few people have seen just how off the wall kookaburras are. Hold on, let me see if I can get one.
Your sound is.
Why does it do that? I hate this. Here we go. This is a baby. If we, let me see if I can find an adult one. There's a video of this guy who had a whole bunch. Here's the one. This is the one. This video is deranged. Look at these kookaburras. They are really loud. In fact, like one of the things you'll see if you read about kookaburras is you'll hear Australians complaining because if a bunch of kookaburras land in like a bush near your house, they'll just wake your entire house up. They are kookaburra. Oh, kookaburra. There we go. I pronounced it more correctly, kookaburra. But they are so cute. Chomp, ow. Do you, Mama? I left for 30 minutes. Yeah, and you come back to the bird lock. It's so good. Birds are literally the most diverse land animal. That's so great. I think kookaburras are awesome. We actually have Vermin, who many of you will know, a friend of the me and also friend of the show. Vermin bought us from Australia a little plush kookaburra that has a sound, it has a recording of a kookaburra inside of it, and it goes, when you squeeze it, it makes like a bunch of laughing noises. And that was a gift that we got from Vermin, which is a really wonderful gift. Yeah. Here's another one. My cat loves these. Let's take a look. Oh! How cute! Oh, what a beautiful bird, Louie boy. Louie boy, these are so cute. What is this called? Mirla patinaraha, ranha, mirla, patinaraha, ranha. I keep pronouncing it wrong. Turdus foo scatter. That is so cute. What a beautiful little thing. Wow. It means Mirla with the orange legs. So cute. Oh, they're so cute. Anyway, I love these birds. Birds are wonderful, and birds bring great joy into my life. The fact that there are so many birds, that they come in such great varieties, and that they are so resilient beings is just awesome to me. And I love them. I love birds. And someday, if I ever become a rich and famous millionaire YouTube streamer, if you all help me become a rich and famous YouTube streamer, I would love someday to be able to at least take part in the creation of like a bird sanctuary or in some level of bird conservation efforts, because they're really important to me, and I think that more people should have appreciation for birds. So, but that's I am not at that stage yet, but perhaps someday. Leftist birdhouse, yeah, there you go. Hey, you never know. Listen, YouTube is a strange thing. Speaking of which, not to jump off of the bird discussion, however, everybody who tunes in early, I say an hour into the stream, but usually everybody who tunes in is pretty interested in how the channel is going. We are 26 subs away from 22,000, which is amazing. I would absolutely love to see us blow past 22,000. So if you are here and watching and you haven't yet subscribed to the channel and rang the bell, this is a perfect opportunity for you to press subscribe, press like, ring the bell, and check out some of my content. As you all know, I have been doing a lot more what we would call experimental content on my channel. Most of my channel is all politics stuff. It's politics, it's debates, even though my streams, as all of you will know, have media reviews, Cooking Mama, conspiracy reviews, all of that stuff, all of the fun stuff that you all love. The actual channel, the YouTube video channel, is mostly politics. The Cooking Mamas go up, but not as often as the politics content. And what I'm trying to do this year is bring in more of the media and fun stuff to the channel in addition to the politics. So obviously the videos still get all that stuff. However, it does mean that we're taking some risks on the content. Like, for example, my Signalis video did not get all that many views, unfortunately. Even though I think it's pretty good, it's very different for the channel. So those types of videos are not gonna pull in as many viewers immediately as they will. And nonetheless, despite that, wait a minute, you know what else is missing? I just realized my overlay is also missing. That's the other part of this that was missing. My overlay was missing. The other, despite all of that, my channel is still growing. And that means the world to me. So your subscriptions, your likes, your comments, you telling your friends about the show so they can come check it out means the world to me. My channel is not exactly, let's just say, my channel and myself belongs to an identity group that historically has some difficulty gaining any ground on YouTube. YouTube is not particularly friendly to trans content, and a lot of my content is talking about trans politics. Other websites are outright hostile to trans content. So your assistance in getting the word out of the Demon Mama streams, telling people about them, recommending it to your friends, sharing my videos when it's relevant to do so actually means the world to me. It actually gives this channel a chance to grow. So thank you all of you who do that and who participate. Word of mouth is still, to this day, the most powerful driver of growth for anyone, but especially for my channel. So thank you very much. The cool thing is that lots of people seem to be appreciating the media reviews, and like I said, the channel is still growing at a very good pace. I mean, in the last 30 days alone, we've gained 500 new imps, which is awesome. That makes me really happy, and I want to keep that going. Skunksy says, if the bird lock is over, you can disregard this, but when I was a kid, I used to live near a fen, and when we visited, we heard bitterns, a very rare protected species with the coolest bassy call I've ever heard. Okay, I don't even care if the bird lock is over. I want to hear this. Let's hear the bittern call. I want the bittern call. What? That's so cool. That is so awesome. That's so cute. Look at how it moves. Floppy! Oh my god! Thank you for sending that. That's so cool! I've never heard that bird call before. That is so amazing. Wow. That is like amazing. Wow. That's awesome. Demon Mama, I got an 8-bit style song for you and chat to listen to. It's 4 minutes long. Okay, I'll check it out on my own time. I can't play a 4-minute song on stream right now, but I will put it on my watch later. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Krabs. Thank you very much. Eared doves. I love doves. Aw, those are so cute. Adorable. Jay Spoon with the incredibly generous, unbelievably generous $50 super chat. Someone left that bird on vibrate. True! Thank you very, very much, Jay Spoon, for the unbelievably generous and based bird content. See, the bird tent is the real heart of this channel. Everybody thinks that it's the politics. They think it's me, but inside of me, there is a bird. I am simply 3 birds in a cloak, but you don't know it yet. But some of you do, like Jay Spoon, for example. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, bird stacking. I'm an owl in disguise. The family, my family name, the like non-Americanized version of my family name that was changed when we immigrated here actually means owl, or something very similar to it. Basically like children of owls is what the name that it was changed when my family moved here, but the original version of it, the original last name, is actually that. So believe it or not, in my family history, there is a bunch of like really minor owl imagery. Owls were a very popular imagery in my family history. Yeah, I'm a guardian of Gahul. Yeah, it's like well, we didn't really have a coat of arms because I'm gonna be completely forward with you. My family, the reason why they immigrated to the United States at the turn of the 20th century was because they lived in an economically and war-torn, desolate area of Europe. So we didn't have like coats of arms, but nonetheless, the imagery appears in things like letters that were sent between family members and things like that, you know, it was just, there was an affinity for it. And my dad sort of told me about that. And then of course everybody had owl stuff. My dad bought all kinds of little owl related stuff. Weren't they literally chicken farmers? Yeah. Yeah, my dad, I have not been back to like the country that my family comes from, but my dad did. My dad went on like a trip to go like visit distant family members at some point, and like most of our family were literal chicken farmers, like no joke. But yeah, I have no noble history or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah, so Arlo says, I am here. I finally met someone more kinky than me and it's wild. Damn, congratulations, or I'm sorry, whichever one is more fitting for that situation. It could go either way, depending, right? Really could go either way. Yeah. Oh, okay, everybody, before we get too far in, I wanted to show something off to chat. You might actually see it lurking in the background. However, I have received a phenomenal gift from a fan of my show, and I wanted to show it to you, which is a painting. Now, you might recognize this as a former iteration of myself. This is the most incredible, unbelievable Demon Mama fan art I have ever seen. And I just got this yesterday. We are going to get a proper glass frame so it is protected. But as you can see, this is me with my red hair and my long red nails. This is me and my my many demon tendrils connecting the planets. Absolutely unbelievable. I obviously brought it up here for now, but this has joined my mantle, where all of my favorite pieces of artwork and fan-related things are. But let me just say that this is one of the single most inspiring pieces I think I've ever received in my entire life, and it makes me feel unbelievably special. It is, being a YouTuber has been a very weird experience for me. But one thing that truly makes me feel appreciated is when people make me something with their own hands. And I can't quite fully express how unbelievably special it makes me feel, how valued it makes me feel, that somebody took time to make such an incredible, breathtaking depiction. of me and what I've done with the channel. It means the absolute world for me. And I want to shout out the artist. The artist is one of our own, a chatter that many of you may recognize, Shenanigans. So Shenanigans, seriously, thank you so much. What you have made is beyond beautiful. I will cherish it and protect it for the rest of my life. It is a genuine treasure. Thank you so much for giving me this treasure. There is no way that I can encapsulate my gratitude fully in words, but I want you to understand that it is something I will treasure for the rest of my life. So thank you very, very much, Shenanigans. If anybody sees Shenanigans around on the Discord, please let them know that I mentioned this and you know, tell them that I talked about it here on stream at about the 1 hour mark, because it means the absolute world to me. It is a beautiful painting. It is beyond flattering. Thank you so very much, truly. So, thank you. Sneck Freak. Oh my God, while I was talking about that, Sneck Freak with the unbelievably generous 20 gifted tier 1 subs, taking out the white names one after another. Sneck Freak, thank you so much. Thank you all who have been so generous this stream. It really makes a big difference to me. Thank you so very much. Seriously. Oh my God. You all are incredible to me. Thank you so very much. That is unbelievable. Sneck Freak is, of course, a OG MVP, and it means the world to me. Oh, we got a clip? Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. We got a clip? All right, let's see it. Let's see the clip. Politics, they think it's me, but inside of me, there is a bird. Politics, they think it's me, but inside of me, there is a bird. True! There is a bird! Inside of me, there is a bird. That is actually an absolutely excellent clip. Fantastic clip work. I did not eat chicken nuggets today, although I guess I did have a chicken sandwich recently. What kind of bird though? Many. The bird changes shapes often, okay? Listen, I don't know. I don't know what type of bird there is inside of me, but there is one. Hold on a second. Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. There we go. That's slightly better. Something was slightly wrong with the alignment on... I bumped my camera the other day while I was trying to get ready for another stream. And ever since then, everything's just been slightly off. Sorry. Can't wait to get off work so I can turn my hyperfixation on making a Demon Mom a coat of arms. That sounds incredible. That sounds actually awesome. I welcome it. I welcome your coat of arms. My family has no coat of arms. My family were never nobles. My family has a rich history of peasantry, okay? We've been peasants. This right here, what you are witnessing right now is like the closest that anyone in my family has had to any sort of fame, okay? My dad, to be fair, is definitely richer than I am, but it's not because he did anything famous. It's more because he kind of like did a little like a small business type thing, okay? So right now what you're witnessing is the most famous member of my family that's ever existed right here. The rest of us, peasants, okay? Yeah, peak fame. Now hopefully I can crank that fame up even higher, and by the end of my life will be the most famous of my family ever. At least in my line, of which, you know, I don't really care much about genetic lineages, but whatever. So, yeah, you all are in a very lucky time to be alive, all right? Sneck Freak with the additional gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much, Sneck Freak. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Doe will be more famous than you, and that's your found family. That's true. Doe is almost assuredly going to be more famous than me because, see, most likely what's going to happen is Doe is going to write a piece of like ground-shattering political theory that will be referenced for generations to come. And people will be like, oh yeah, Doe was also associated with this YouTuber, whatever YouTube is. But they're gonna be like, anyway, that's an interesting tidbit. So I'll be like a footnote on Doe's Wikipedia page. But you know, hey, whatever, it's all good. Yeah, some debate lord. Finally, the Communist Manifesto 2. The bird in you is a phoenix, always rising from the ashes. Actually, that's pretty sick. They should make phoenixes that are also owls. Owl phoenix. An owl that can set itself on fire. Yeah, you gotta drink your water. Here's my giant water jug. I've been actually sipping my sody, but it is a good idea to drink water. The rebel insignia is a phoenix. Speaking of which, oh yeah, you know what's coming, everybody. You fucking know. Shenanigans. So happy to see you in chat. I was just showing off the art. I wanted to say, now that you're here, I'll say it again. I just said it a few seconds ago, but I'll say it again now that you're here. You are amazing, and you have given me a treasure that I will treasure forever. Seriously, it is a treasure that I cannot even begin to express the gratitude for. Thank you so much. You have truly blessed me with your gift. Thank you very, very much. I already said it before, but I wanted to make sure you hear it directly from me. You can go watch the other part if you want to hear my more effusive thank you and praise. So, thank you. Actually, the rebel insignia is the family crest of the Star Killers family. Oh, yeah, because that was what they were going to be called originally, was called Star Killer. Oh, God, we have to talk about all this. We have so much to talk about, but we have so much to do. Let me tell you what the plan is, okay? Now that we've gotten through all the bird discussions, now that I've showed off the art, I have one thing that you all have been waiting for, which is, of course, okay, obviously that was insanely loud. I did that for comedic effect. But of course, we have to talk about Star Wars. That's right. I have been in the Star Wars arc, reviewing Star Wars movie after Star Wars movie after Star Wars movie. You can see them all on my channel. The thumbnails are beyond incredible. You guys, if you go watch my Star Wars things, you get to see some of the coolest. I mean, just take a look. Let me just show you real quick, okay? Let me just show you the severity of how awesome my thumbnails are, okay? Take a look at this. Look at that thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail. You tell me that is not an incredible thumbnail, okay? We are in, my lovely imps, the Star Wars arc, in which I review every Star Wars movie that I can tolerate until I'm burned out on Star Wars once again. And the reason for this, of course, was inspired by the incredible show Star Wars Andor, which I will be doing a review for in due time, which it is my single favorite piece of Star Wars media. Star Wars Andor, it single-handedly reignited my love for Star Wars. After years of feeling burnt out on Star Wars for very good reason, which we are going to get into. But today, we are going to review Return of the Jedi, the legendary film, the legendary third Star Wars movie, which some people consider to be the best Star Wars movie, and other people consider Empire Strikes Back to be the best Star Wars movie. And I have a lot of opinions. So this is going to be a very interesting and a very political review because I have a lot of things to talk about with regard to Return of the Jedi. Now, some of you might know the lore behind the Star Wars movie Return of the Jedi, which is that it was actually originally going to be called Revenge of the Jedi, which is kind of hilarious because I don't really like to be honest, that seems like it really undermines the thematic message of Return of the Jedi, that the Jedi are getting revenge. But that's what it was originally going to be called. Now, of course, we all know now that that was scrapped and that they brought the naming convention back for the prequel movie, Revenge of the Sith. This is a movie that, it's interesting in a lot of ways because Return of the Jedi is the first movie where you really start to get the feel of what is like a prototypical version of the cinematic universe. And it's weird because I don't entirely hate it. You guys all who watch my channel regularly will know is that I am pretty damn critical of cinematic universes as a concept. The way that they unfold in the sort of modern time is that cinematic universes are basically nostalgia milking machines that everybody is sort of hooked onto, and it just sort of milks away, milking and milking until the people turn into little shriveled husks. The fans turn into little shriveled husks who don't recognize themselves when they look in the mirror. Pretty much every cinematic universe in existence is basically that, including, by the way, Star Wars. However, the sort of core idea behind a cinematic universe is, of course, something that many people enjoy. Like, for example, before the capital cinematic universe, the capital letters cinematic universe concept existed, we have all kinds of fictional universes that are incredible. Let me give an example. Lord of the Rings. Everybody was like, Lord of the Rings was a global sensation. And Lord of the Rings is one of those universes where you could make an entire Wikipedia, and in fact, of course, there are now entire Wikipedias that are entirely devoted to aspects of the lore of that universe, because there's just so much stuff, so much world building and love and pieces of work that take place in that universe that have built off the original series. And they're really cool. There's something unique about fictional universes that go beyond just a single story or even beyond a single series, but go into a world that has a history, that has a fictionally entirely made up history. There's something magical about that, even if we know where some of them go. Yeah, so yeah, Lord of the Rings is like a great example of this. Now, in Star Wars, when you're watching A New Hope, and then afterwards maybe you decide to watch Empire Strikes Back, those movies don't feel like they are trying to plug into a greater universe. But Return of the Jedi does. Return of the Jedi is the first movie where it starts to feel like, we want to build this into a much bigger story where we intend to sort of color in all of the specifics. And with it comes some missteps, but also some pretty incredible storyline flourishes. When I talked about A New Hope, one of the things that I mentioned is that it's kind of shallow. A New Hope is a great film. I absolutely adore A New Hope. I love the movie. I think it's super entertaining. It's very endearing. The special effects are wonderful, of course. A lot of love was put into them. The cinematography is great. The acting, every single person is putting their whole heart into the acting. It's great. It's awesome. A New Hope is great. But there's a certain level at which you realize that it's basically just a space adventure story. Most of the structures don't have any depth to them. They're sort of like props. The Emperor is a great example of this. In A New Hope, the Emperor, you know, unlimited power. We know the Emperor. The Emperor doesn't ever have an appearance. He doesn't even have a name. He's just called the Emperor. He is a figure that exists off screen like a painting, a backdrop in a theater sketch. He's nothing other than a sort of a spooky thing that exists in the background to sort of add color. And of course, we start to see that change in Empire Strikes Back, but not that much. In Empire Strikes Back, you see like a hologram of the Emperor, and you start to see some of the Emperor's guards, but you don't actually see the Emperor. It's in Return of the Jedi, the film that we're talking about right now, that you start to see the real depth that they intend to fill in the Star Wars universe. The Emperor himself appears. You see how his projects start to work. You start to see a little more of the structure of the Empire, the effects the Empire has on planets beyond the ones that are relevant to our main characters. And I like it. I have to say, I think it's pretty enjoyable. And I think that it adds a lot to Return of the Jedi. And also, it kind of counteracts what a lot of people say about Star Wars. Which is, of course, when you hear people talk about Star Wars a lot, and I think have even made this mistake in the past, people go, oh, the original trilogy was great because they were just space adventure movies. And that's all. And people kind of chalk it up that like, oh, keep it simple, stupid. That like, that is what made the original trilogy good. But that's not true. And Return of the Jedi kind of proves that it's not true, that it's just because they're space adventure movies that makes them great. It actually kind of proves the opposite, that you actually can start to build a more richly detailed universe in cinema on a film screen and still have it land really well and still be a great movie. Anyway, that's just my sort of opening ramble about the Return of the Jedi. Now I want to talk about the progression of the story, the things that I loved about Return of the Jedi, and what I think sort of solidifies Return of the Jedi as such a solidly good Star Wars movie. But before I do that, if you are here and you are enjoying this so far, please, my lovely, lovely imps, and soon-to-be imps, go on down, press the like button, press subscribe, and ring the bell. My channel is booming. We have been doing a lot of new content on the channel, including these videos, so your likes, subscriptions, and comments mean the world, because these videos have been very fun for me to make, and they've been very fun for you all to watch, and I'd love to have more of you here. So press like, press subscribe, and comment down in the comments with your thoughts about the movies or anything supportive or even critical. All right, there you go. Anyway, Return of the Jedi. So Return of the Jedi opens with a super high intrigue, basically a spy movie kind of plot. You have the fortress of the crime lord Jabba the Hutt. And one of the things I love about Jabba the Hutt's palace is that they really sell it sells very well as like a crime lord atmosphere. There's like live music playing. It's implied there's drugs all over the place. There's literally a scene that people forget about in Return of the Jedi, which is that they all just kind of fall asleep where they're partying. The like Jabba's palace is like a perpetual party, and literally the Gamorreans, everybody just falls asleep on the floor when they're done partying. They're like, you know, Jabba's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then there's the music playing, you know, they've got Salacious B. Crumb and the mushroom head guy and the singing lady, and they're all doing all their stuff, and then they all just kind of like crash in his giant palace on the pillows and blankets that are all around. It reminded me, I kept thinking of Jesse's house in Breaking Bad. I know that's a bit of a track jump to reference Breaking Bad, but there's if anybody's seen Breaking Bad, there's this part where Jesse basically is like, he's insanely rich at this point from all the money that he's been making from his drug dealing, but he hates his life. And so he turns his house into like a perpetual party zone, and it's a nightmare. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of that. It's great. It's great. Jabba's palace truly comes off as like a den of crime and villainy, where he sits on top of a mountain of slavery riches, because you have to remember that it's been well established that the way that Jabba the Hutt makes his money is by extorting the people of Tatooine and literally trading in slavery. That's his business. It's great. It works really well. And what's actually going on in the story is, of course, that you know, Han Solo has been frozen in carbonite for an indeterminate period of time and is being displayed on his wall as a trophy. And all of these different people are have infiltrated Jabba's palace to try and rescue him. You have Luke, who you know, comes in very openly and is like, I am a Jedi Knight, I'm here to parlay for my friend. But then you have both Leia and Lando disguised as members of Jabba's staff. And it's cool because if you guys will recall, in my review of Revenge of the Sith, one of my complaints was that Star Wars, as time goes on, as our time goes on, you know, as the movies go on, Star Wars loses its sense of time. In the old Star Wars movies, it always seems like there's time passing between major scenes. If they're flying from one part of the galaxy to another part of the galaxy, time passes. That's present in all of these original ones, and it's even present in The Phantom Menace, and then it starts to completely unravel, and things happen immediately with seemingly no time actually traversing. But in this case, when you come into like cold into the beginning of Return of the Jedi, it's like, oh, well, it would have taken time for Lando to be able to get a job on Jabba's staff. It would have taken time for Leia to become a secret bounty hunter and get all of the weaponry necessary. So you get a real sense, with only a few scant details, that time has passed since the end of the last movie. And I like that. I think it's great. It adds a lot of color and depth to the universe that they are participating in. Now, this, of course, you know, the whole sequence of events that happens in Jabba's palace is, in my opinion, very fun. There is a ton of special effects, mostly puppetry, and prosthetics on display. Like, they go all out. And this is something that's not present even in the last two Star Wars movies. I think Return of the Jedi is really the movie that probably made Star Wars famous for the amount of like puppetry and some people will, you know, like literal Muppets in some cases being used. It's wild. It's like from the end of Empire Strikes Back, you open up in Return of the Jedi and there's like 18 new alien races introduced immediately. All of them are being puppeted in Jabba's palace. Jabba himself is one giant animatronic, and it's awesome. It's so cool. It comes off like so awesome. And it looks cool too, even though, of course, there are points where you can kind of tell that Jabba is a giant animatronic. No one is saying that animatronics look 100% realistic, but they sell the physicality very well. All of the characters are moving around in real space, and you don't get the idea that this is just, that it's just a special effect. There is an illusion that is created that's stronger, even if the Muppets sometimes look a little bit silly. For example, when Jabba is getting choked by a chain, it does look a little silly. You can kind of tell that like his costume isn't real flesh at that point. But it doesn't really matter that much because there's people standing on the rest of the animatronic. You get the feeling that this is happening in a real space, even if it doesn't look 100% perfect. It's wild, yeah. And of course, yes, Niana in chat points out that one of the things that makes the animatronics sell the illusion better is the fact that they actually interact with the lighting on the same level as the other actors in the scene, which is absolutely true and something that people often neglect when they're talking about films. CG doesn't look worse in some cases just because it's CG. Obviously, some CG is incredible, but one of the problems that people have is replicating realistic lighting, and more so, replicating realistic lighting that actually looks like the lighting that is on a physical actor. It's very, very difficult. Something you'll notice in a lot of modern movies, of course, is that a lot of scenes are lit very neutrally. Stylized lighting has, in many cases, fallen by the wayside, despite it being central to film expression. Having lighting that sells a mood or that sets a mood or that communicates something is core to the art of filmmaking. But it's fallen to the wayside in modern movies because if you're using a lot of computer graphics, it's easiest to just light things very neutrally, to have people not have heavy shadows, or to make sure that the lighting is very even keel so that you can easily plug in diverse computer graphics. And if you take some time to notice this, you'll actually see this in a lot of films. There are so many movies these days that just forego any sort of communication via lighting because they want to make sure that they will be able to do their special effects. And it kind of sucks. But not here, not in Return of the Jedi. And of course, in my opinion, the opening of Return of the Jedi is not as exciting as the opening of Empire Strikes Back, the Hoth opening. However, it's pretty amazing, okay? The skiffs is a great setup. Basically you go from inside this dank, dark, messed up palace of slavery and evil, and you go outside into the blistering, boiling sands, and it's bright all of a sudden, and everybody can't see anything. Han Solo is literally blinded by the brightness because he's been frozen in the dark. And they're fighting across 3 skiffs. You've got people shooting ropes and almost falling down into this monstrous mouth. The tension is fantastic. And I want to point another thing out, which is, this is just a funny observation because I mentioned this in Empire Strikes Back. Once again, Boba Fett only became famous on pure shooting ropes. Okay, I didn't really realize that. You know what I mean? They use the little rope launchers. It's a thing in Star Wars. They literally fire little hook shots that go, you guys know what I mean. Screw you. You know what I mean. Oh my God, come on. Anyway. Boba Fett, okay? Boba Fett is a character that exists on pure swag alone, pure drip. He has nothing else going for him, okay? Most of the most time that he's on the screen, almost all of Boba's screen time is him just holding a gun, kind of like this. He's just kind of standing there intimidatingly with a gun. And then this skiff battle happens over the Snarlack pit, the Sarlacc pit. I almost said, I did say Snarlack pit. It's a Sarlacc pit, but it's this, you know, big mouth in the ground with little whippy arms and whatever. And he basically falls in immediately, okay? Like everybody, there's this cultural memory of Boba Fett. If you look up Boba Fett, just type Boba Fett on Google, you will find thousands of toys, posters. There's an entire series now devoted to Boba Fett. There is a game that's like centered around Boba Fett. Jango Fett, who's his father, is basically just, we want to have Boba Fett in the movie again, but it wouldn't really make sense for us to have Boba Fett in the movie again, so we'll make it his dad, and he looks basically exactly the same. And like the Boba Fett obsession is wild. Like people, there's fan art, t-shirts, Boba Fett icons on shirts. It's wild how popular Boba Fett was. And all he does is stand around with a gun and then fall in a hole. But he does it while looking sexy as fuck. That's it. So I hold my case that Boba Fett got by on pure swag alone. Cool factor is it. He falls in the hole in like 5 seconds, and he literally, the only thing he does is do a little jetpack jump, and then he shoots a rope that ties up Luke for like 2 seconds, and then he falls in a hole. Almost nothing. Oh my God, it's incredible. It's drip above all else. Yep. Oh my God. It's great. And now, keep in mind, I'm not judging anybody for liking Boba Fett. I asked specifically as a kid for a Boba Fett toy because I thought Boba Fett was so cool. But now as an adult, I realize that I had been spellbound by his unbelievable swag and style, and that it wasn't anything substantial that made me attached to Boba Fett. It was just how cool and awesome he looked. And his ship was awesome. His ship looks cool too, but again, it also sucks. His ship is not all that good. He doesn't do anything amazing with his ship. His ship isn't like the best ship in the world. It just looks awesome, okay? I'm just saying. So, Return of the Jedi opens on a really strong note, and then it pivots to a slower portion of the movie, which is the planning phase of taking down the new Death Star. Now, that was a bold move of them to just be like, oh, they're making another Death Star already, which is kind of funny. And I think a lot of people, like, I feel like if that happened now, everybody would be making fun of that, but it just worked, okay? It didn't need to be anything else. It just, obviously, they're gonna make another Death Star. So, it's Death Star 2 is very America brain. It kind of is very America brain, but it works. They're just like, no, obviously the Empire is gonna make another Death Star, and obviously we gotta blow it up. Oh yeah, and they make it bigger. Yeah, this one will be bigger, and it won't have a pipe that can be blown up immediately. So they're making the new bigger Death Star, and we get this whole section in the middle of the movie of them planning the attack on the new Death Star, of them trying to figure out who's gonna do what, of them dealing with the stakes, and one of my favorite parts about Return of the Jedi, which is the payoff of Luke's entire arc in Empire Strikes Back. I mentioned in my Empire Strikes Back review how one of the things that I like the most about Return of the Jedi is that it carries through all of the thematic elements and gives them a very satisfying end in a way that most of the Star Wars, the other Star Wars mainline movies completely and utterly fail to do. The prequels have a really hard time like carrying through meaningful character development. It does happen, but it's fraught. And of course, I don't want to get into the sequels yet, but we'll talk about that in the future. The sequels, needless to say, fail on their character arcs. However, Return of the Jedi does not. Return of the Jedi nails it. So in Empire Strikes Back, there's this whole scene of Luke training with Yoda and facing his demons. And of course, it culminates with him having to make the decision to either stay with Yoda and complete his training or leave to protect his friends. And Yoda warns him, don't be manipulated by fear. Fear will lead you to the dark side. It will, your fear can be used against you. And the payoff is present throughout the entirety of Return of the Jedi. In fact, arguably the entire plot of Return of the Jedi is the result of is the result of that decision alone. Because Luke leaves his training, obviously Han gets kidnapped and he loses his own hand, which many people would have been like, oh, okay, that's the conclusion. You went too early, you couldn't beat Darth Vader, you lose your hand. But I don't think that was the real price that he paid for that decision. The real price that he pays for his decision is present through the main storyline of Return of the Jedi. So let me explain this in greater detail. From the moment that they leave Jabba's palace and they begin the planning phase of the attack on the Death Star, Luke is unable to hide his presence in the Force because he hasn't completed his training. And of course, he never truly gets to complete his training. He tries to go back to Dagobah, and of course, Yoda is old and dies almost immediately. He arrives only within like a day before Yoda passes away and becomes a part of the Force. So he's never able to complete his training in the Force in full. And as a result, the entire movie, both Darth Vader and the Emperor are able to track him and sense his presence. They can read his emotions from afar. They can divine his location throughout the entire film. And I actually think that's a really masterful touch because it shows, it sort of demonstrates exactly what Yoda was worried about, that wielding a great power like the Force, being able to wield the Force, just having power in and of itself is nothing if you don't truly and fully understand it. If you will stay with me on this particular point, the fact that Luke is unable to shield his presence from the Emperor and Darth Vader leads to a bunch of rebels dying. It leads to his friends nearly dying. It leads to the entire battle, the it's a trap, that moment is only because basically Luke is broadcasting his thoughts and intentions to the universe or directly to Darth Vader and the Emperor. It's such a good touch. It shows that even though Luke is incredibly powerful, he has, in many ways, mastered certain aspects of the Force. He can lift objects with the Force. He can push people with the Force. He can easily summon his lightsaber. He can divine the future to a certain degree with the Force. But he never fully learned what it means to be disciplined until, of course, the end of the film, which we'll talk about in just a second. And his lack of ability to control that power means that his power gets other people hurt. It's not just him. He doesn't just lose a hand or you know, and have to face the terrible trauma of discovering that his dad is one of the most evil guys in the universe. He also causes the deaths of many rebels. He also causes incredible suffering for the Ewoks. He also causes incredible suffering for both Leia and Han Solo. All to demonstrate the fact that is, in my opinion, essential to the understanding of the sort of thematic messages of the original trilogy, which is, of course, that power is incredibly dangerous. That power in and of itself is a dangerous tool that has to be taken seriously and respected. And also that power in the hands of an individual can and will lead to the deaths of many other innocent people. People who didn't do anything wrong, people who were good people. You have to think about how many people died because the Emperor was able to tell the plan, in advance, the attack that the rebels were planning. That he was able to manipulate Luke's behaviors into a trapped situation where Luke, being a member of leadership in the rebellion, put other people in danger. Good freedom-fighting people died because of Luke never completed that training. And I had a conversation with my partner, Doe, earlier today about how there are mirrors between this fact in Return of the Jedi and Anakin's arc throughout the prequel trilogy. And it's actually kind of interesting because it is true that in both cases, in the original trilogy and in the prequel trilogy, the Jedi Order sort of commands their people to have emotional control. But interestingly, in the prequel trilogy, it is a dogmatic insistence of emotional repression. It is a dogmatic form of control. Do not feel sad about your mother. You need to focus on your training. You shouldn't feel bad about the things that happen. Don't be sad about Qui-Gon Jinn. It's actually, I talked about this in all of my reviews, that it's a constant reoccurring theme in the prequel trilogy. One of the themes I do really like from the prequel trilogy, that the Jedi Order has become completely dogmatic. And you'll notice that when Yoda tells Luke to gain control of his emotions, to not immediately run, even though the message is very similar, it sounds in some levels like Yoda is saying, forget the emotions of your friends. But in truth, what he's saying is, be cautious. You have a great power. And if you act on the first emotion that comes to your heart, you could put these people in your life that you care about in more danger because you are vulnerable to having your emotions manipulated via the Force. So it's interesting how those two are like the dark side of this Jedi emotional control. That the Jedi of the original trilogy, the Yoda, the actually wise Master Yoda, doesn't preach dogmatic repression. Instead, he preaches one gaining mastery over their emotions, gaining mastery over what is going on inside of them so that they can make clear-headed decisions. And it's really, really good. I actually really like that through line, and I like that juxtaposition. And I think that it carries through all the way to the end of Return of the Jedi, which is, of course, the confrontation between Luke and the Emperor and Darth Vader. I'm gonna draw another parallel between Return of the Jedi and Revenge of the Sith. At the beginning of Revenge of the Sith, the very same Emperor who later would tell Luke, do it, use the dark side and defeat Darth Vader and take your rightful place. You are more powerful than Darth Vader. You must use your anger to defeat him. Almost the same scene happens, or I shouldn't say almost the same scene, but a very similar scene happens with Anakin, okay? So in Return of the Jedi, you have the Emperor trying to tempt Luke to use the dark side, and in fact, he somewhat succeeds. Luke gets super angry, and there's that iconic scene where he's just beating down Darth Vader with the lightsaber. And then of course, you have the scene with Count Dooku in Revenge of the Sith, where Anakin completely disarms, literally, he cuts off Count Dooku's arms, and he has the two lightsabers, and the Emperor tells him to do it. And there's an interesting parallel between the two, because in both cases, Luke and Anakin, respectively, have very good reason to want to destroy the person in front of them. Darth Vader, of course, has done immeasurable harm to the galaxy. Darth Vader has done immeasurable harm to Luke. Darth Vader has done immeasurable harm to Luke's friends. Likewise, Count Dooku has done the exact same to Anakin. But it's interesting in how they each handle it differently, and it reflects what I was just talking about the difference in messaging between these movies. Luke chooses not to kill Darth Vader. And he doesn't choose not to kill Darth Vader because he was told not to, or because he was being told by a bad guy. He chooses it because he gains mastery over himself. He recognizes his emotions, he recognizes his anger, and he chooses not to act because it goes against his personal beliefs. Through the entire series, Luke always believes that he thinks that there is still good inside of Darth Vader that could be reached, that could be accessed, that there is room for redemption. And that is his genuine belief. And he chooses not to kill Darth Vader in the exact same position. And if you look at what happens with Anakin, Anakin kills Count Dooku and only afterwards goes, oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was against the Jedi code. Because Anakin has no actual foundation for, he only knows repression. He only knows his emotions being counteracted with the message of repression. You shouldn't have done that. He knows only guilt. He has no mastery over his decisions. He knows only guilt and acting out of defiance of that guilt. I am angry. I will kill Count Dooku. And then afterwards, I'll think about, ooh, that was against the rules. I shouldn't have done that. That might have been a bad thing. He doesn't actually have a fully formed mastery of his own beliefs and his morals. He doesn't know what he truly believes. He has only had a dogmatic teaching from the Jedi Order. And I just think that that taken together, it's fantastic. And also that the writing in Return of the Jedi for that particular aspect, for how it depicts Luke becoming the actual chosen one. Luke in that moment comes into his own. He becomes a full character in that moment because he recognizes, I have agency. I do not have to give over to the dark side, even though I want to. I can acknowledge my fear. I can acknowledge my anger. I can acknowledge my hate, and I can choose to act otherwise. I can choose to act in accordance with my beliefs. And it becomes a very strong and powerful moment for Luke there. And of course, compared with a very similar scene where the Emperor is attempting to exert his influence to push someone to give over to the dark side, is very, very awesome. I think it's really impressive. And I really like it. So there's all of that. There's just so much to dig into in The Return of the Jedi. Do you see why I opened this little segment up talking about why I think that with Return of the Jedi, the deepening of the universe, the sort of like attempt to make it into a full storyline world with all this extra deep world building actually adds a lot. The fact that they decided to go all the way in and introduce the Emperor as a character, to dive into all these other worlds, and you see the whole time that they spend with the Ewoks and all of this, I think it pays off because it allows Star Wars to go beyond just being a adventure film to instead being a moral tale, a simple moral tale, but a moral tale nonetheless. and I like it. The heart of Return of the Jedi, and the reason why part of the reason why I love this film so much is because of how much respect it has for the characters and the stories and the experience of those characters as they've gone through them. I mean, another example of one of the side characters, obviously Han Solo. Han Solo goes from being in Empire a reluctant good guy, a guy who's, you know, he hasn't fully given up his sort of like self-serving ways. He's gotten way better, and he cares a lot more about his friends and whatnot, but he's still very much he's an immature character to in Return of the Jedi, to being a wholly devoted to the cause that he's involved himself in, that he is now a warrior for freedom. He knows what he believes in as a character. Awesome, fantastic. I don't know. I really like Return of the Jedi. It's impressive, and I don't know. I struggle to decide whether I like Return of the Jedi or Empire Strikes Back more. There's so much to enjoy in each of them. I think that as a like standalone film, just taken by itself, Empire Strikes Back is probably my favorite with just as a standalone movie. But once you allow for how well Return of the Jedi plugs into the rest of Luke's story, the rest of the gang story, I think it rises above, and it adds something that I really like. It adds a satisfying depth that I can't help but feel really good about. Another thing, I like the Ewoks, okay, everybody? I know this might be a hot take, because I know some people are big Ewok haters, but I really like the Ewoks, and I actually really like the Ewok side story. I think it's great. And one of the reasons why I like it is because it shows how the mentality of the rebellion operates. Yeah, no Ewok ever called me nerf herder. It's fucking true. Oh God. Oh my God. Okay, let me tell you why I like the Ewoks, okay, as a story element, okay? So one of the things that Star Wars okay, one of the things that the original trilogy struggles with is fleshing out what the rebellion actually looks like, okay? You barely see anything about the rebellion. You basically know nothing about the rebellion except that it is a thing that exists and that they're fighting against the Emperor until Return of the Jedi. And in Return of the Jedi, you have 3 generals, Luke, Leia, and Han Solo, go to an alien planet and encounter an alien race that none of them know. And the way that they choose to engage with that alien race shows the value that the rebellion has over the Empire. The Empire arrives on Endor to turn Endor, to completely instrumentalize Endor. To the Empire, Endor is not a forest moon. It is simply a place where they can build a shield generator so they can build their project. It is seen as nothing other than resources. That is it. The rebel generals arrive on Endor. They do not know about the Ewoks, and they immediately decide that they are going to work with the Ewoks, that they are going to find a way to communicate with these Ewoks, and then they end up literally, I mean, it's developed that they even become a part of the tribe. They are formally welcomed into the tribe after the initial, hostile situation where the Ewoks are like, oh, they're evil, we're gonna eat them. And they overcome that to instead make an alliance with the Ewoks, which of course makes it possible for them to overcome the Empire. And it's the first time that we actually get to see that in Star Wars, that we see that the way that the rebellion works is that they side with the people. They side with the actual people that live on these planets. They care about the actual living beings on these planets more than the resources. They weren't sent on a mission to recruit the Ewoks. Their primary goal wasn't even to recruit the Ewoks. All they wanted to do was not have hostility with the Ewoks. All they wanted to do was treat the Ewoks peacefully as beings that they treat functionally as equals. And it's cool. I like that. I really, really like that they go that far to basically be like, here's the message that we're showing. The rebellion works with the living beings on these planets. The rebellion works with the indigenous people on these planets in a peaceful manner. They might bump heads, there might be individual miscommunications, there might even be some danger. But the rebellion's approach is one that is completely and diametrically opposed to that of the Empire. And we only really get to see that in Return of the Jedi. We don't really get to see that in any of the other films. And of course, the implication that we see off screen is that we see the structures that the Empire has built on Endor. We know what actually happened, which is that the Empire landed on Endor, killed a ton of Ewoks, and just instrumentalized the planet immediately. That this is that our characters are arriving on the site of a genocide, unironically. So what we see, of course, is that like the rebellion, the leaders of the rebellion are able to overcome the natural hostility that comes from the Ewoks being like, we don't trust outsiders. The last outsiders who arrived here tried to kill us. They overcome that. They overcome that with diplomacy, with a little bit of guile. Obviously, you know, Luke uses the Force to make it seem like C-3PO is a god so that they'll calm down. And then afterwards, he tells them all the stories and they come to an understanding. But they don't use Force. They never kill an Ewok. They never beat an Ewok. They never threaten. Well, okay, Han threatens an Ewok, but not majorly. He doesn't threaten to, like, kill anybody. So they give him some food. They use the Force in a positive manner, and they overcome their boundaries in order to ultimately build an alliance. And again, I will point out, their main goal was not to go there to get the Ewoks to join them. They didn't even know the Ewoks were there. It's incidental. It shows that the philosophy of the rebellion is one that supports oppressed people. The philosophy of the rebellion is one that supports non-violent solutions. That the rebellion wants peace, and they fight because they have to, because they want to defend the people that are valuable to them. I think it's really, really good. And also the Ewoks are really cute. I don't care when anybody says the Ewoks are awesome. There's a huge variety to the Ewok costumes. If you actually look really close, like if you pay attention in the scenes, there's like 20 different Ewok outfits that were made. It's unbelievable how many different Ewok outfits were made for this movie, and they're great. I think they're cute and amazing. The sets are cool. They have a funny little language. They do little, they have the cute little Ewok interaction with Leia. Of course, Leia is the most diplomatic and loving towards the Ewoks. And I mean, also C-3PO. Finally, we get to see his ability to translate come in handy. Throughout all of the movies, C-3PO keeps saying, I am versed in over 30,000 galactic languages. And if we finally get to see him, he doesn't even know the official language, but he knows enough that he's able to start learning their language on the fly. Awesome. I love Return of the Jedi. awesome. I think that all of the aspects of it only flesh the universe out better. And regardless of everything else that we know that happens with Star Wars, what a great way to inspire a generation of really, really awesome media. Now, we all know what's coming next. I am going to be reviewing the Disney Star Wars movies next. That's what's coming up soon. But I want to point something out, which is that between the Disney purchase of Star Wars, there was a lot of Star Wars stuff made, okay? And let me tell you that even between the Return of the Jedi and the prequel trilogy, there was a absolute glut of Star Wars related media, and a lot of it is really fantastic, okay? A lot of the old school Star Wars games that built on the universe, a lot of the Star Wars comics, the Star Wars books that built on the universe, these are really, really cool things that built on the foundation that was set by Return of the Jedi. Because Return of the Jedi, like I said, it was the movie that started building out a foundation for this universe to be built on. And I think it did a good job, even though we know what ends up happening to Star Wars. And of course, I'm going to talk about all of that in great depth. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, God, there's just so much I could talk about. Dark Forces is an absolutely incredible Star Wars game that's just dripping in style and artistry. The SNES games, the Rogue what's it called? Why am I messing up on this? Rogue Squadron, which technically came out after the Phantom Menace, but doesn't matter. It was almost all OG trilogy stuff. It had almost nothing to do with the prequel stuff. The prequel stuff was like added in at the very tail end. So much stuff. God, it's amazing. Just incredible. And it stands out. I think that Return of the Jedi is a really amazing film, and I think that it really is responsible in a lot of ways for building the legacy of Star Wars in a way that A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back couldn't really do it, because they didn't really commit to the depth that Return of the Jedi did. But Return of the Jedi did. And also, let me point out that Return of the Jedi is such a satisfying conclusion to the original trilogy. The ending is fantastic. Everything from Luke, of course, mastering himself, becoming a true Jedi Knight by showing that he has control over his emotions, that even when he is being actively tempted by the greatest evil force in the universe, even when he is being tortured by lightning, he can think clearly, he can master his emotions to make the right decision, that he was correct to assume that there was still goodness in Darth Vader, to Darth Vader's moment of redemption, Darth Vader making the decision, no, actually, after everything, after all of this nonsense, after all of the evil that I've done, maybe I can do an act of good. Maybe I can introduce some level of hope back into the universe. And of course, the obliteration of the Death Star and the death of the Emperor, which spells the end for the Empire. We get to see the rebellion reach its win state. The Empire is toppled. And it's such an awesome and satisfying conclusion that just ends that whole series on a fantastic note, a very hopeful note. I love it. So, my lovely imps, Return of the Jedi. I should say, I didn't even mention. I should mention one other thing. Soundtrack for Return of the Jedi, bop. Now, of course, it doesn't shine as brightly as Empire Strikes Back, because Empire Strikes Back is where John Williams really, like, all of the bangers that we associate with Star Wars were like came from Empire Strikes Back. But the quality still carries through. So even if it's not as unique and as stunningly new as Empire Strikes Back, soundtrack is fantastic, okay? And obviously the costuming is great. I already mentioned the Ewoks, I already mentioned the Jabba stuff, but like all of the Imperial costumes, all of the different Rebel outfits, they've got speeder bikes, they've got ATSTs, they've got thermal detonators all over the place. Just so much style, so much care put into these amazing costumes. Return of the Jedi is a banger, and my opinion is that it is the spiritual anchor of the entire future of Star Wars. Without Return of the Jedi, I don't think we ever would have really seen an Andor. I don't think we would have ever seen any of the awesome games that came in between. The Return of the Jedi set the tone for what it means to be a Jedi, what it means to be a hero in the Star Wars universe, and also what it means to be a rebel in the Star Wars universe. And I think it does better than most people give it credit. I think a lot of people tend to focus on the pure action, because there's a lot of good action, there's a lot of fun starfighting, there's all that stuff, but I really think that, like, on a story level, the spiritual anchor of the entire Star Wars series is to be found in Return of the Jedi. So that's my review of Return of the Jedi. If you've been enjoying my Star Wars reviews, press the like button. If it works, press the like button right now, and also make sure that you press subscribe, ring the bell, and leave me your thoughts. Is there something that I missed? Is there something that you thought was cool? Please tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. I would absolutely love to hear what you have to say about Star Wars Return of the Jedi and the Mama review of Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Thank you all very much, my lovely imps. That's Star Wars. Now, coming next will be the Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy, which I'm sure you all are going to be very happy to hear about. These are going to be a riot. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, I don't want to spoil anything, but these are going to be a lot harsher than my previous reviews for very understandable reasons. But you have that to look forward to. If you're looking forward to me being a lot harsher for the last 3 films, actually, for the last 6 films, I've been gushing about a lot of the things that I like, except for Attack of the Clones, which I really, really dug into Attack of the Clones. But for at least 5 of the last reviews, I've had a lot of positive things to say. I know that I will have positive things to say about the sequel trilogy, but I have seen them relatively recently already. I'm gonna watch them again for these, and I already know you guys are gonna get a little bit of critic mama coming forward. So stay tuned and keep your eyes peeled for those, all right? There we go. All right. Raymond Bell says, thank God you didn't do this insanity talking about CGI this and practical that. No, I don't, I am obviously, I do tend to love practical effects, but I don't think that it's like a harsh line. I don't think that CGI versus practical effects is like a black and white issue. There's really good CGI and there's really good practical effects. I mean, I just reviewed the, I just spent like, the last series of movies I reviewed was the Planet of the Apes. And the Planet of the Apes is a ton of CGI and it looks amazing. This Planet of the Apes movies are fantastic and they're all CGI. It all depends on how it's used. So, you know, it's not that simple. It's not just a black and white issue. Yeah. Anyway. My lovely imps, now that we are done with today's big media review, we have some politics to talk about. Who here is ready to talk about some politics? I know, with all the Star Wars and all the birds, you might have forgotten that I talk about politics a whole bunch, but we have actually a ton of politics to talk about today. And I want to talk about politics really, really bad. Politic? Yeah, that's right. Did you see the Barbie trailer? I didn't see the Barbie trailer. I've heard people talking about the Barbie trailer, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Oh yeah, what are these? Well, you know what these are, of course. These are the stickers. These are the patches, I mean. I have all these up over here. I did not see that, Silent. What the hell? It's wild. What? That's deranged. I'll have to look into that after stream. I need to learn more about that. That is off the rails. Politics, my lovely, lovely imps. We have to talk about politics. We love to talk about politics in media. We love to talk about emotional and political messages in media. However, we need to talk about some politics in the real world because some wild things have been going on, including the arrest of Donald Trump. That's right. I'm not kidding you. Everybody was joking 2 weeks ago or whatever about how, you know, Donald Trump said that he thought he was going to be arrested. Of course, as always, Donald Trump himself is incorrect about these sort of things, but the arrest of Donald Trump has actually happened, and we got to talk about it. So let me give you an idea of what we're going to be talking about for the rest of today's stream. We are going to be talking about the arrest of Donald Trump. Then we are going to be talking about AOC and the ZazaDemon. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well, you're going to have to find out because it is extremely funny. And then finally, we are going to talk about a rather unfortunate and shocking change that has been made to a website, which I have talked about a lot, Twitter. So we're going to talk about those three things coming up just here in a minute. But before we do that, press like on the stream. Okay? And remember, your likes, your comments, and your donations keep this stream going. So consider throwing a few bucks my way as a, consider it like a tip or, you know, literally like you're tipping a musician at your local bar. That's how it works. This show is 100% free, 100% viewer supported. So you all throw your money into the tip jar and I get to pay my bills and it's great. So there you go. Antifa Private 161. What about Vosh's takes on protest tactics? What tactics are those? What does that have to do with anything? No, I'm not trying to be mean. I just, what are you talking about? I don't know what he said. I don't know what Vosh says. Did you see what's going on in Tennessee? They're removing Democrats from office unconstitutionally. I have heard about that. It's the trans woman punching the guy, if I remember correctly. Okay. Hannah Angelina, appreciate you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Deeply appreciate the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Hannah Angelina. She didn't punch him. I watched that video. I watched that video and I didn't see, like the guy put his hand on her throat. She, like, this is like I don't know if you guys know this, but like confrontations happen between people literally thousands to millions of times per day. And if someone puts their hand on you first, you have every right to strike them back or to get them away from you. It's like a literal, every single time there was a protest of basically any type, there is almost always at least one scuffle or altercation that occurs. And if you put your hands on somebody else, you're going to get hit. That is just how it goes. This is not shocking to anybody anywhere. If you are a real person who lives in the real world, you have probably seen people get into a scuffle at a bar or a party or a concert or a protest or whatever. It literally happens regularly on a day-to-day basis. Nobody was killed as far as I know, and nobody was injured as far as I know. You must come to the rescue of the Voshite Antifa. I mean, what? I don't know what people said. How am I supposed to react to something I don't know what he said and nobody sends me a clip? What I saw the clip that people are talking about, and the guy literally reached out, touched her neck, and then she fucking threw him down, which is totally fair game. Vosh said not to look like a bad guy. You can't always control that. You literally can't control that. And it's not an optical loss for Antifa because nobody on the planet is going to see that who isn't already super right-wing or in a right-wing pipeline. Do you guys, hold on, let me tell you a quick story, okay? Real quick, hold on. I don't know, I'm not responding to Vosh here, I'm just responding in general. People are asking me about Vosh, so whatever. But just in general to this topic, do you guys remember the infamous Andy Neo Antifa hammer video? Where Andy Neo posted a video of an Antifa member hitting somebody with a hammer. And then it turned out that he just literally clipped off the beginning of the clip in which it was actually a Nazi who tried to hit somebody with a hammer and then dropped it into a crowd of people, and one of the people in that crowd picked it up and swung back. Do you guys remember that? People will manipulate chaotic footage however the hell that they want. Literally, there's basically no way that you can completely control the fact that people will maliciously edit things or misrepresent things. There is no way, like, I'm just gonna tell you not to like make you feel paranoid, but right now, every time you walk in public, somebody could probably do something to you that would make you look bad if they edited the video, okay? And so what we have to do is do this thing called be a gigachad and rely on the fact that the truth should get out there. So when you see a video of a trans person having someone put their hand on their throat and then she fights back, what you do is you point out, hey, she didn't hit first. That guy laid hands on her first. She got her hands laid on her first. That's what you do. You be a truth-pilled gigachad and you point out the facts of the situation. Propagandists are going to propagandize. You have to have faith and power in spreading the truth. You have to take action in spreading the truth and not wring your hands over whether it will look bad or whatever. Because guess what? To the average right-winger, a trans person doing anything looks bad, okay? Newsflash, people say that I'm doing evil things by just being a trans YouTuber, okay? My comments are fucking loaded with transphobia all the time, and all I do is fucking talk about things on the internet, okay? The optics battle is largely an internet-invented thing that is based off of, like, just where you draw the lines of a frame around something. Anytime you get in a fight, there's a possibility that somebody will misrepresent what happened in a fight. It's really easy to do, actually, because let me give you another example of this. Imagine that you're hanging out with your brother, okay? And your brother throws a toy at you, okay? He like throws an action figure at your head, okay? And then you get mad and you tackle your brother after he threw a toy at your head. And then your dad opens the door and he goes, hey, you, why are you attacking your brother? and you go, Dad, he threw a toy at my head and he was gonna throw another one. And your dad just goes, yeah, well, I only saw you tackling him. That would be unjust. And it turns out people can be very stupid and not give a shit about the full context. That is just a thing that people can do, and they will do it. People will do it for all kinds of reasons. People will ignore context for all kinds of reasons, especially if it suits a political message. So it's like, it's one of those things where you just have to acknowledge that propagandists are gonna propagandize. And you have to commit yourself to spreading the truth, to defending people who are in the right, and to not spending all your time obsessing over optics or whatever. Like optics is an impossible calculus to be able to do, and it's also an impossible calculus to be able to do when somebody is putting their hands on you. Okay, like, if somebody's putting their hands on you, there could be some asshole streamer or some asshole fucking right-wing propagandist who's just standing there who's gonna cut the video to make you look bad. And there's nothing you can do about that except for tell the truth, and hopefully somebody else was also filming it so they can provide the true context. But the truth is, people are gonna lie. You can't, like, I don't know, like, do people think that you can, like, outrun the lies of the right? The rights, they love to fucking lie. Half their shit, guys, one of the stories we're gonna talk about today is the most deranged, soup-brained conspiracy that major right-wing talking points. A right-wing representative is pushing a fucking misinformation story. They are the fake news guys. You can't out optics the guys who will lie about anything. They lied on the national, sorry, let me get this correct. On the international level, they lied about schools putting cat boxes into their classrooms for cat gender kids, which is such a demented lie. Like, it is so demented that, like, you're telling me that, like, we should tell people not to defend themselves when they're in a heated moment. Like, it's just a meaningless statement. I don't know, like, again, I'm not responding to, I don't think Vosh said this or what, I don't know what he said. I'm not responding to Vosh. I'm responding to the people in chat who are sort of saying that we need to think about the optics. You can't think about optics at all when somebody's putting their hands on you. There's no optics calculation. People either will lie about it or they won't lie about it. And either way, you fight for the truth. When you're dealing with people who will say that schools, who will make up something like schools are putting cat boxes in the classroom for the trans cats, you have to recognize that these people will lie about anything, and you have to build up a spine and a commitment to the truth. You guys remember my video I just did a couple days ago about the Nashville shooting, and how I said that, like, you don't actually have to engage with all of the propaganda, that all of the usual characters came out to say things that are blatantly and obviously false, and actually it's a bad thing if you spend all of your time trying to respond to bad faith lies. The right-wing tactic right now in America is to gush out so much misinformation that nobody can possibly respond to it. And if you spend all your time trying to respond to the stupid lies that they're making up, in the gaslighting that they do on a daily basis, you will simply exhaust yourself and waste all of your time that you could be using on other things. And that's why they do it. They do it so that people get caught in never-ending loops of trying to debunk their idiotic lies. Why do you think they move from Mr. Potato Head to Coors Light to M&M's to Nike shoes to General Mills cookies to the cat boxes story to the big tits lady story? They've got a new story every single day, and they never care about the truth, and they never will care about the truth. You're engaging them on a battlefield they're not playing on. Okay? I need you to understand they are playing a different battle. They are spamming you with trash so that you'll spend your whole time digging through trash. Instead, listen for the signal. Choose your battles wisely. Pick the fights that matter and stand strong in the truth, because the truth is more powerful than a lie, because it's the truth. It's intrinsic to itself. The lie only works when it is removed from context. The moment you reintroduce context, the lie dissipates and the truth is revealed. So, what I'm trying to say here is trying to police the optics of somebody somebody defending themselves when someone put a hand on their neck is a total waste of everyone's time. It is a silly proposition. It doesn't make any sense at all. No one gives a shit, okay? No one right or left gives a shit. Every single day, a bunch of dumb assholes in every local bar in the country are gonna get in a fist fight, and somebody will have started that fist fight, and somebody will have been the one who got fucking sucker punched. And guess what? The people will have to figure out, was it Jerry who punched first, or was it John who punched first? This happens every single day, and no one gives a fucking shit, okay? It is just... It doesn't matter. You cannot spend your time trying to make a big deal out of like whether or not the optics of who punched who is correct. It's like, it's a nonsense proposition, okay? It really is. Yeah. It's a very, very silly thing. Part of his argument was that the guy was fishing for outrage and the lady fed him that content. Hey guys, wouldn't it be cool? Hey, hold on. Let me give you, I don't know if this is true. I am not responding to Vosh because I haven't seen Vosh's content, but I'm going to respond to the chatter who just made the argument. Even though they attributed it to Vosh, I'm gonna make this argument in response. Wouldn't it be cool if those of us lefties who have a platform, took that thing and turned it into content for us? If we said deranged right-wing protester puts hand on throat of trans counter protester, gets his ass handed to him, wouldn't that be a smarter move? If they can farm content off of their side of it, we can farm it exactly the same way. We can go, hey, that motherfucker just put his hand on a woman's throat and she kicked his ass. Look at that stupid snowflake. He got exactly what's coming to him. Called being a Chad and embracing the truth. Do you see? It's always better to have a spine instead of going, oh, what if it looks bad? What if the conservatives make content out of it? The conservatives will always make content out of it. They will literally lie to make content out of it. Who cares? They're fucking losers. Who gives a shit? Be a gigachad. You take the right position. Take the Chad-pilled position. Niana says, bingo, what does woke mean arc has been a perfect example of using attack against these people as the best defense. Yes, notice how the biggest optical win that the left has had recently has been trying to get conservatives very publicly to try and defend woke, or to define woke, and then they all define it differently. It has been a massive success because they look like fucking idiots. And guess what? We can make them look like fucking idiots. Do you guys, let me give you another example of this real quick. Do you guys remember that video of Steven Crowder getting like punched in the face by the union guy? Have you guys ever seen that one? Let me show you it real quick, okay? I'm gonna just show you a video real quick, okay? Yeah, here we go. Okay, look, ready? Here is the video. Steven Crowder, unions assault on camera. Here's him being a giant fucking whiny baby bitching about how he got punched on camera, okay? You wanna see what the smart channels did? Here's Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar, someone who actually understands political messaging. Union protester acted in self-defense when punching. Now we can go watch Sam Cedar. This is from 100 million years ago when Sam's channel was much smaller. Let's see if we can get the actual footage. Here we go. Here we go, ready?
You just assaulted me, buddy.
Oh, one punch. Here we go, ready? Let's watch it again.
You just assaulted me, buddy.
Bam! 3 punches. Now, arguably, from the way this is edited, it does look pretty bad. Pretty bad, right? It looks like the Union guy punched him in the face. But guess what? First of all, turns out in the unedited footage, Steven Crowder laid hands on him first. And secondly, you want to know what else? People hate Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is an annoying, disgusting piece of shit who spends all of his time being racist online, and he got punched by a guy who's trying to fight for workers' rights. And guess what? That's actually kind of funny and kind of cool, actually. People actually sympathize with that. So maybe if you take the gigachad position and go, wow, why are you such a snowflake? You didn't even get a bruise from that. Why are you whining about your little punch? You got assaulted? Don't you spend all your time calling for hate crimes against minorities, you motherfucker? Who gives a shit? Ooh, boo-hoo, you're sad? Didn't you make a fucking video making fun of George Floyd? Didn't you make a video making fun of children being tortured in migrant cages? Boo-hoo, bitch. You guys want to know another example that did really well? Do you guys remember how you guys know how like in the cultural milieu the punch against Richard Spencer was? Richard Spencer whined his fucking ass off about that punch, and sure, right-wing channels were like, free speech is under attack in our country. And you want to know what everybody else in the fucking world, you want to know what the resounding legacy of Richard Spencer is? A bitch who got punched in the face, humiliated publicly, and is a nobody. Richard Spencer is a washout. You want to know what people remember? They don't remember him crying about how he got assaulted. They don't remember the bad optics of the person who punched the Nazi in the face. They remember the fact that somebody fucking stood up and punched a genocidal freak in the face, and then it was later revealed that that genocidal freak went on a genocidal rant shortly after that event. So, yeah. Spine-pilled? Be strong in your beliefs and recognize that your opponents, these right-wing fucking pieces of shit, are gonna lie through their teeth all the time. So don't spend all your time trying to preempt the people who lie about cat boxes in schools, okay? You're never gonna win the fight where you try to stay ahead of the liar faction, okay? Their entire existence is predicated on lying about trans people, lying about black people, lying about immigrants, lying about Jewish people, and you think that like we need to like try and get ahead of their lies? No, the way you get ahead of their lies is by inoculating the population, by showing that lefties aren't a bunch of fucking pussies who will take this shit on the cheek. That lefties will believe in the truth and stand strong by their truth. The problem with the left in this country is that, ironically, the left has always been in a position of pure reaction. They're only reacting to the right. They're always constantly trying to protect from the blows of the right. But the truth is, we have shown that a stronger position for the left actually resounds with a lot of people. As it turns out, people like to win. And you don't win by kowtowing to people who put their hands on women and then get sad when they get hit. If you put your hand on someone's fucking throat, you're going to get hit, and you will deserve it. And you will be within their legal rights to hit you in the face when you put your hand on that person's neck. And if you like that, if you like the fire that this particular faction of the left brings, smack that subscribe button, ring that bell, and press like, and tune in for the next stream. Because this is the type of way that we build a left, okay? Here in the imp circle, we are the only ones with any clarity of purpose, okay? That's us. But to be fair, I also don't think that people have been accurately representing Vosh's position. Seeing as how Vosh spent like 2 streams ago, the last Vosh stream that I tuned in for, Vosh spent half the stream talking about how he more or less supports the castle doctrine, which, you know, yeah. So I don't feel like people are accurately representing his position. Because I feel like Vosh's position on self-defense is usually pretty clear. Yep. True, Marinara makes a good point. When a trans person is getting antagonized, you should stand up for them. Keep in mind that the entire right wing, some of the biggest voices on the right are devoting their entire day and night, their entire lives. Huge right-wing figures are spending their entire days and nights just trying to antagonize and torture mentally trans people. They are putting out propaganda at an unbelievable rate. The goal, of course, is to create as many people who do not see trans people as humans as possible. And keep in mind that their faction, it wants them to not see them as humans because they don't want you to be able to defend yourself. They don't want you to be able to have the same rights as anybody else. It's a tactic that goes back. It is the core of dehumanization. They want you to be able to, do cruelty to you without any recourse. They want to be able to assault trans people and have the cops arrest the trans person because the trans person fought back. That is their ideal circumstance. Don't let them have that type of world. Don't kowtow to it at all. Furcifer says, what Vosh said is that Black Bloc and Antifa are mostly optical losses for the left, and it would be better to present our movement as a normal, peaceful protest. That is I'm sorry, okay, maybe he said that, but once again, I haven't seen any clip of him saying that. If that's true, I think that's a very silly understanding of the purpose of Black Bloc and Antifa. I can't believe that I'm on this type of stun lock. I think that is very silly. If that's a position that anybody holds, that is ridiculous. Black Bloc is not for the purposes of optics. It's never been for the purposes of optics. It is because left-wing protests, it is a simple fact that left-wing protests get cracked down on like crazy by the cops, that the cops will use face recognition technology and hit you with trumped-up charges to ruin your life. Because they have the situational, they have the institutional power to do so, that they will break the law in order to persecute you. Black Bloc is a self-defense mechanism. It means you can't be identified, that everybody looks the same so that you can't be picked out of a crowd and hit with terrorism charges because you showed up at a protest and practiced your First Amendment rights. It's a complete misunderstanding of the purpose of it. It has nothing to do with whatever is being talked about. You guys realize, like, oh, I don't know, memory is so short. Were the BLM protests, were the George Floyd protests so long ago when everyday people and plainclothes people got fucking blasted with flashbangs and tear gas and their heads hit by batons because the police announced a 5-minute curfew announcement when there's a crowd of 1,000 people there. This shit is on video. If you don't believe me, if you think that I'm lying about the way that protests go for left-wing racial justice, social justice protests, when you have a bunch of people standing there in plain clothes, in a t-shirt and jeans, and then the next minute they've got their eyes streaming with tears because they've got tear gas blast in them, they can't hear anything and have permanent hearing damage, and half of them have brain injuries from getting hit with batons, go watch the footage from the Seattle protests. Go watch it yourself. Go see with your own fucking eyes what happened. Well, that completely depends on the protest, doesn't it, Kiwi TP? I don't care what Vosh said. I'm arguing with what people are bringing up here. If you guys want to bring up stuff further on this topic, bring it up for yourself and not as like a proxy for Vosh, because I don't know what the fuck Vosh said, and everybody keeps bringing up Vosh, but I don't fucking care. I haven't seen the video, and I've said this like 4 times now. I'm getting tired of hearing it. If you have an argument or a disagreement with what I'm saying, bring it up and I'll deal with it on that terms. No, I don't even want to react to clips. I don't care. The left should focus on developing optically peaceful protest groups, if that makes sense. A vanilla baby blue protest group for the left. Okay, hold on a second. That's every single protest group, okay? The vast majority of protests that happen are done by peaceful protest groups that literally ask the cops for a permit, okay? You realize that you have a First Amendment constitutional right to protest. You have a constitutional, the core right to protest. And most protests, most big protests that happen that we see, the televised ones, those giant, the big protests that are like the Women's March, they go and they pay for a fucking permit from the cops to use their First Amendment right. That's how clean and by the book these protests usually are. Now, of course, the ones that don't, the huge protests that happened during the George Floyd protests, those ones got, what happened to those? Those protests were not, they were well within their First Amendment rights. All of those people were, and instead they got hit with military technology. They got hit with the sound cannons, the water cannons, with the tear gas, the flashbangs, okay? Most protests that happen in America are so by the books, it's unbelievable. There already is. Most of the protests that are organized are these baby blue by the books. But people are so cowed. Americans are so cowed, they won't even go to a protest that is literally licensed by the police. A licensed moment of frustration at the system that's choking you to death. The left needs something that cultivates the image of them being peaceful and nice protests. There are a ton of those. Basically every single drag counter protest. The ones where, while there have been all of these protests, the vast majority of them are explicitly, openly peaceful. In fact, there is a ton of drag counter protests that have specifically asked people not to come armed. And you can, if you don't believe me on this, just look up, you know, anti-drag counter protests. And you will discover that most of these are as true blue and clean as possible. They are trying to cultivate that image, and they can't. Do you want to know why? Because there is a propaganda speaker blasting from Fox News across the globe at all times that says that trans people existing peacefully in their own homes are groomers who need to be taken down. You are already criminalized by these people. You are already a hostile to these people, no matter how clean you go, no matter how hard you try, and they do try. Trust me, there are so many people trying to present a clean image as hard as they possibly can, and they go so hard. Guys, hold on. Rewind, okay? A couple of months ago, I talked about it on this stream, that a drag event in my town got shot at. Someone put a bullet through the window of a event that was going to be hosting a drag event, and all of the Facebook groups were threatening this event, okay? The local representative, the liberal left progressive representative, proposed a protest that was called a turn your back on hate protest. This protest was explicitly 100% no arms, no black bloc. It was plain clothes, and the goal was that you would turn your back against the counter protesters to create an insulating ring around the event. Actually stupid, okay? Actually dangerous. A truly and actually dangerous protest to propose. That is how hard. That is from my own area, okay? That is from my own neck of the woods. That is how hard people are trying to look like the good guys, okay? But you will never look like the good guys to people who have already decided that you are a satanic demon groomer. Okay, that's what they think. That's what they're pushing. Their side is pushing that. You will never look like the good guy to them, no matter what you do. Everything will be reinterpreted, twisted, and used against you. So instead, you should aim to do what is actually effective, what actually works, what actually saves lives, what actually builds political power. You should not try to look like the good guy to people who think that you are installing cat boxes in your local school to turn kids into cats, okay? Optics are part of the equation, but they aren't everything. Of course not. Of course optics are part of the equation, but that is not, it's not as simple as just saying the word optics. Online, everyone likes to act as though like there's just an optics switch that you can press a button and the optics go up, or you press a switch and the optics go down by 5 points. Like you're equipping like a Dark Souls ring that gives you +5 optics. That's not how it works. We are fighting against ruthless propagandists. Guys, have you guys ever gone and listened to clips of Rush Limbaugh in the 90s talking about gay marriage protests? Gay marriage protests were like the most peaceful things you can possibly imagine. And do you know what he said about them? He said that they were fucking in the streets, that they were spreading AIDS in the streets. I'm not kidding you. That is what he would say about gay marriage protests. It's just not that easy as like equipping the ring of +3 optics, okay? It really is not. We have to move on. You're right, we do have to move on. Trump has been arrested. Speaking of optics, speaking of motherfucking optics, you goddamn motherfuckers. You fucking bazinga ass motherfuckers. Nuts says, we were literally having cookouts in the protest in Portland and people acted like we burned down the city. Yes, unironically. People will see a video of a bonfire where people are just being around the bonfire to hang out and drink beer, no more aggressive than a concert, and they'll act as though you did a nuclear bomb in Portland. It's insane, deranged. All right, everybody, we have to, okay? We have to stop, okay? Zadoki, that sounds insane. All right, let's take a chill pill for a second and let's talk about Donald Trump, okay? My lovely, lovely imps, Donald Trump, Big Donnie D, the Lord and Savior, the prophet, the chosen one, the swamp drainer, the storm bringer, Donald Trump has been arrested. That's right, I'm not kidding you. No jokes, no memes. He has actually, unironically, been arrested, okay? And I have to show you guys, it's getting wild in New York City, okay? Everybody, I have to show you a picture of what went down in New York City after the arrest of Donald Trump, okay? Because it's gone deranged, okay? Look at what happened. The streets are packed with patriots and Donald Trump refused arrest. Everyday MAGA Americans were crowding in the streets to support Donald Trump. And he didn't care even a little bit. Look, he even is frowning twice. There's Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's Ron DeSantis. There's Marjorie Taylor too. And this is, what's his name? That's Matt Gaetz right there. Why is everybody saying that this is AI? This is not AI. This is what Trumpers look like. Look, right back there, you can see another Ron DeSantis, I guess. I don't know what he kind of looks like Ron DeSantis. Oh, here's what's his name there? Ron Paul. There's Ron Paul. Oh, there's Sebastian Gorka. This is definitely not AI, okay? There's no way that this is an AI message. This is just what normal Trumpers look like, okay? Even though I mean, look, they even figured out how to make an American flag that flies in midair with nothing attached to it. And look, they even have different numbers of stars on every flag to show how American they are. And even though they're in the middle of Manhattan, there's a strong gusting wind all the way down the road, running even where the buildings are. So yeah, obviously, if anybody hadn't caught it yet, that's an AI image, thankfully provided to us by the Trump fan account known as Pat's World 100% registered trademark called It's Pat World. And he said, Trump 2024, MAGA 2024 Trump arrest. So thank you very much to the Trump fan who bravely depicted the Trumpers march on New York City. Now, obviously, that's all a goofing and a gagging. But of course, we have actual real photos of Donald Trump's arrest. Okay, are you guys ready? You guys ready to see what it actually looked like? This is what it actually looked like, okay? I'm not kidding you. This is it. This is what it looked like when Donald Trump was arrested. Right there, okay? I'm not kidding, that's it. This is the actual photo. Of course, Donald Trump was not put in cuffs. He, like a little bitch, even though he was talking about how the patriots must rise up, even though he was talking about how he'll never go peacefully, that he'll never let the demon rats take over, he'll never let the corrupt swamp take him down. Of course, he complied and rolled over like a little baby. They allowed him, as long as he agreed to go peacefully, to not have a mugshot and to not have have any cuffs on. However, that didn't stop his campaign team from making a fake image of his mugshot to use for fundraising, which is, of course, the best part of all of this, which is, I just wanted to say, a couple of days ago, I made a tweet, and I want to give myself a little bit of a pat on the back, okay? Because remember how I said disable your dad's and uncle's debit and credit cards for the weekend because the Trump team is about to whip up the biggest sob story fundraiser you've ever seen. Trump is getting indicted. So when they announced that he was actually getting indicted, I of course advised people to disable dad and uncle's credit card because of course he did exactly what I predicted, which is that they made a fake image of him with a mugshot and then they sent it out to raise money for his campaign. Incredible. It's just so funny. It gets even better, okay? It gets even better, all right? Like, Trump has not been handling it, like, well at all, okay? The man has been losing his absolute cool all over social media, okay? I want to show you guys what he was tweeting on his Truth Social. This is the official Donald Trump account on Truth Social, okay? And he tweeted a picture of him holding a baseball bat and swinging it at the DA who's going after him. And of course, his sons, Eric and Don Jr., did indeed dox the judge's daughter, trying to claim that because she has done political work, that apparently like that flows upwards, like she's a part of a company that has worked with Joe Biden, that apparently that means that like because the daughter, who's not a judge, works in political work, that means that the judge is corrupt. I don't know where the connection is exactly there, but that was the claim. They did indeed dox the judge's daughter. But I want to show you guys something else too, which is really, really funny. So let's just go to Donald Trump. I want to look at his Truth Social feed, okay? Let's take a look at some of the stuff that he's been posting on here, okay? Let's just take a live scroll through, okay? So, this is him making claims about making, he's still stumping his messaging, okay? The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. Here's him streaming on Rumble. Incredible. Here's him saying they can't gag all of us with a picture of a, I don't know if this one looks more real, but also it's not a very large crowd. Just gotta say. I want to find the one here. Alvin Bragg shut down New York City, brought in 38,000 NYPD officers, and will spend an estimated $200 million for a totally legal $130,000 NDA. On top of all that, the Ninth Circuit Court just awarded me the $122,000 over the $500,000 already awarded from Stormy Horseface Daniels. By the way, it's really funny that he spends a lot of his time insulting Stormy Daniels when it is fact that he fucked Stormy Daniels. Like, that's what this whole thing is all about. The facts the fact that he did have an affair with Stormy Daniels, it's like he's just insulting himself. It'd be like if you like sat down for dinner and you ate like the biggest, like you ate like a giant meal, and then after eating all of it, you were like, only a stupid fucking pig would ever eat a meal like that. Only a disgusting hog. But then there's video of you eating the meal that you're now shitting on and saying that only a stupid, disgusting hog would do that. Like, he fucked Stormy Daniels. It's no ifs, ands, or buts. He's just insulting the person that he obviously fucked. It's so stupid. Oh my God, I love it so much. I love this this when you see rhinos like Karl Rove, Bill Barr, or Paul Ryan on your television screen. Just turn to a different station or turn off your TV. You're better off watching the Democrats. Why does Fox keep putting on Bill Barr? As an attorney general, he was a complete coward who absolutely was petrified of being impeached, which the Democrats threatened to do until he became their virtual slave and then refused to investigate and prosecute the massive election of fraud. Oh my God. It's so amazing. The radical left Democrats have criminalized the justice system. This is not what America was supposed to be. A very unfair venue with some areas that voted just 1% Republican. This case should be moved to Staten Island, a very fair and secure location. No, no, the place where I committed the crimes. Oh, please move it to a more favorable place. Bill Barr, he's insulting Bill Barr, but just remember, Trump and Bill Barr were like fucking this for the entirety of his campaign. Once again, another example of him just being unbelievably catty and just being like, oh, Bill Barr defected. He's a stupid coward. I don't even know why I hired him. I hired him because he was so good at lying. Even though I'm saying that he's an obvious and stupid loser, but I hired him and worked with him for 8 years, but that doesn't reflect badly on me. Donald Trump is the greatest coper of all time. It's so friggin' amazing. It's so incredible. Oh my God, it's so unbelievably incredible. He has what, 33 points of indictment? Here's him tweeting the same thing twice in a row. Wow, District Attorney Bragg just illegally leaked the various points. DA Bragg just illegally leaked the 33 points of indictment. This is truly a very stable individual. He's doing okay. Donald Trump is doing okay. Here's him tweeting about Fox News talking about violent criminals emboldened under Alvin Bragg. Notice that even though Fox News has allegedly tried to move away from Donald Trump, that at the end of the day, they just end up doing exactly what he wants all the time, that they're accusing this random DA of being like emboldening crime. They're just inventing these narratives completely in subservience to Donald Trump. It's actually amazing. Oh my God, do we have a sketch? This is real? Oh my God. He does look like the Grinch. This is from the official Reuters account. This is real. Oh my God, I hadn't seen this one. It's so good. Oh. Oh, there's just all these pictures of Donald Trump holding his fist up. He looks so lazy. He's not even feeling it anymore. Also, oh my God, there was a thing. I want to see if I can find it. I want to see if I can find the message. Hold on, somebody sent me a link. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yes. I love this. Hold on, let me see if I can find the source of this. Hold on. Please let me find this. Is it this one? Yes, this is the one. Okay, guys, I need you to hear this, okay? This is from the Daily Beast, all right? Day of chaos. Donald Trump is arrested and arraigned on 34 felony charges. The city that made Donald Trump now threatens to ruin him. Okay, just get here. Ready? After decades of evading legal repercussions, former President Donald Trump has been arrested and arraigned on Tuesday in the city that built him, appearing before a Manhattan criminal court where he pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. Trump faces a potential January 2024 criminal trial over falsifying business records in order to conceal information from voters and lie to the IRS, marking a new chapter of his life where he will formally be under a cloud of criminal charges. But I want you to check this out, okay? The ex-president was released from custody almost exactly 2 hours after he showed up in criminal court at 3:25 p.m. Yeah, they know he's not a flight risk. They know this guy's defeated. About 57 minutes after he entered the courtroom for his arraignment. While he was expected to speak to reporters at the courthouse, Trump opted to remain silent before his scheduled press conference later Tuesday night back at Mar-a-Lago. So I guess things didn't go so well because he didn't talk to the press. Instead, he went and coped on rumble.tv. But here's the real part. Trump remained visibly deflated and visibly perturbed in the courtroom as he was reminded to tamp down his violent rhetoric. In a pivotal moment, Justice Juan Merchan cautioned Trump to avoid inciting violence, to which Trump merely grumbled. There is somewhere out there, there is video and audio recording of Donald Trump going, "Oh, well, yeah, well, if you have to." And then the justice goes on to say, "If you're disruptive, I do have the authority to remove you from the courtroom. Do you understand that?" The judge asked him, repeatedly referring to him as Mr. Trump throughout the proceeding. "I do," Trump whispered. Throughout the 57-minute-long arraignment, Trump kept his hands under the desk while slouching or folding his arms and looking uncomfortable. During the proceedings, Manhattan prosecutors stressed the danger of Trump's aggressive comments to supporters that targeted District Attorney Alvin Bragg and even the judge himself, pointing out that Trump had posted an image online positioned to show him holding a bat threateningly over Bragg's head. Oh, they definitely... Oh, it's just audio? Do we have audio of it? Oh my God, do we have audio of this? Please, I need to hear it. Hold on.
Mr. Trump has made recent threatening emails and speeches, both directed at New York City, the courts here in New York, the justice system, and the district attorney's office. He said that these are irresponsible social media posts that threaten death and destruction and even World War III. He said that these public statements to the district attorney, which included a photo of him swinging a baseball bat towards the district attorney's head, was very concerning. They're concerned about this and what effect it will have on potential jurors and witnesses. But they said that this will not dissuade the office, and they're seeking a protective order regarding discovery materials. They're very concerned that some of the attorneys or some of this may be leaked, or that President Trump himself would use some of that discovery in a way that would compromise the potential trial. They began discussing conditions of release. They talked about how defense attorney Joe Tacopina had communications with Stormy Daniels, and that could present a conflict. In response, Todd Blanche, representing Mr. Trump, said that the people just spoke for 10 minutes. They haven't seen discovery. They talk about Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen has been standing on the steps of this courthouse revealing all kinds of material that will be relevant in the trial. Mr. Trump has sorry, I'm just being moved here. They say that Mr. Trump has responded forcefully and clearly. He's very upset. He's frustrated.
This is so amazing.
And he believes that this is an injustice. The hearing is going on right now. The judge said that he's taking the rhetoric and the language he's using, and he's very concerned about it. Blanche then said, well, this is free speech. He talked about the investigator, Mark Pomerantz, who wrote specifics. I'm going to have to toss it back to you, Lester.
Oh, I wish we had I hope someday that we get to hear the recording actually of Donald Trump. Of Donald Trump being like, fine, fucking, very well, if I have to. Fucking grumbling and crossing his arms. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Oh, just that image of the courtroom art is just so perfect. You just can't beat this. Just keep in mind that the history books will forever have a copy of this image of Donald Trump being grumpy at his arraignment because they finally got him on all of the criminal garbage that he was absolutely trying to pull. They got him on this. Oh, incredible. Absolutely incredible. He genuinely looks like a grandpa that needs a nap immediately. He needs another pudding cup to calm him down because otherwise he's gonna start saying slurs at the judges. Just amazing, just incredible. Now, of course, oh yeah, here's the other thing. This was the part that I was talking about. Here, we can get bigger versions of this. Donald Trump's kids, Eric Trump, they are all handpicked. It's pre-arranged. This corruption is on a different level. The daughter of the judge overseeing Trump's case worked for Kamala Harris campaign. Now she serves as a president of the company that has Biden-Harris campaign as a client. So the daughter of this judge works. We don't know what the company does. We don't know what she did for Kamala Harris's campaign. But apparently this is a sign of corruption. This is who they handpicked. When they were constructing the conspiracy, they chose the daughter who at one point worked for the campaign of the vice president. They couldn't get anybody higher ranked. You'd think they would have gotten like Joe Biden's personal fixer or something like that, but nah, they can only get the discount store. But you know, it doesn't matter because of course what they're actually doing is of course putting this woman on blast to their deranged followers, even though this lady didn't do anything. This lady doesn't have any connection to the case. Just keep in mind, like, she's not connected to the case in any way, as far as we can tell. They're just putting her face, her name, her job out there to their deranged fans. For what reason, you might ask? Almost sounds like the judge who said, we're worried that there's a safety risk for most of the people involved in this case, have a pretty good reason for doing that. Isn't that kind of wild? It's kind of deranged and also incredibly pathetic how desperate Donald Trump is, and also how pathetic the turnout is. They got a small crowd of people for the arrest of Donald Trump. That's it. A tiny, whiny crowd of people. That's it. What? Look at this shit. Wait a minute. Look at this shit. This is a news article I just came across. Republicans react with outrage at Donald Trump's indictment, directly threatening Alvin Bragg. So they are threatening the DA. House Republicans reacted with outrage on Tuesday to the arraignment of former President Donald Trump, vowing to continue to pressure prosecutors to abandon the case, even as they held off from issuing a subpoena to force them to answer to Congress. Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy pledged to use the investigative powers of the House to hold Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, accountable for his work against Donald Trump. If you guys, if anybody missed the memo, the Republican Party are literally all just Donald Trump's minions. They have nothing going for them. They're like, oh yeah, the DA is doing his job and pursuing a case, a credible crime that was committed by the President of the United States. We're going to punish him for that. We're going to make his life hell. They are literally all just his minions. Just deranged. Yeah, the party of law and order, everybody. He said that Bragg was using federal funds, apparently referring to a small amount of federal money the Manhattan DA's office used in order to fund the investigation of Trump in order to further a farce case. Bragg's weaponization of the justice process will be held accountable by Congress. You're doing your job the way that we, the law and order party told you. Oh, we're gonna get you for this. Ah! It's so pathetic. Republicans have no principles. Their only principle is follow the strongest guy in the room. And they hate it. that Donald Trump is their strongest guy in the room. Do you guys remember how many fucking right-wingers have tried to jump off the board to be like, oh, we're not on the Trump train anymore, only to immediately have to kowtow and bend over to Donald Trump again? And just remember, they're strong man, okay? Ron DeSantis doesn't have a chance right now. As far as polling goes, Ron DeSantis doesn't have a chance against Donald Trump. Donald Trump is blowing out the competition among polling over and over and over again, okay? And their number one guy, the Republicans' number one guy, rolled over like a pussy today and went, no, don't handcuff me. I said I was gonna fight, but what I really meant is that I'm gonna try and get my psychos on social media to do something drastic. Pathetic. Pathetic. Just remember, these are our opponents, okay? These are the people who are trying to tell you that the greatest threat to the universe is trans people, okay? Just remember, these are our opponents. Their strongest guy rolls over like a bitch. Just embarrassing. Oh my God, I want to see what other nonsense. Here, oh, here's the clips. Oof. Oh no. No! No,
$10
don't. You gotta be kidding me. Hold on, there's clips. Hold on.
I'm sorry I'm so upset, but please help President Trump. If you can afford $5 or $10, if you can't afford $1 fine, just pray. Make sure you vote as early as you can in your state. Don't risk anything anymore. Vote as soon as you can. Pray for this country. Pray for this president. And if you got any money to give, give it.
My lovely, lovely imps, this viewer-supported, humble internet show is on par with the former president of the United States. The God Emperor Donald Trump is at the exact same position as the humble demon mama these days. Please consider throwing a few bucks my way. I promise you, I'll do more with it than Donald Trump did. Donald Trump has has Lindsey Graham. Please consider throwing $5 towards Donald Trump in this time of need. Please consider a $5 subscription to the website or a super chat. Oh my God, it's amazing. I will cover that in just a minute, nuts. That is awesome. $5. It's $5 a month. That is Donald Trump right now. Oh my God. Here, let's hear this. Let's hear this. I want to hear this one too.
Numbers. Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know.
Hold on, this audio is too low. I gotta crank up this audio a little bit.
And this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign, and a lot of it.
Is that even true? I think he got the facts wrong. I don't think it's from the campaign.
Indictment together. Came out today, everybody said this is not really an indictment. There's nothing here.
There's 33 counts of felony here. Yeah, that's totally nothing. Like, guys, I know it's the meme that everybody's laughing that he's getting busted for campaign finance, but like 33 felony counts of campaign finance fraud isn't exactly nothing, okay? I don't know about you, but I've never committed any felony campaign finance, let alone 33 counts of it, okay? It's not exactly nothing, all right?
Lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here. They're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information.
Just remember, I don't know if that's true that he did anything illegal. I'm sure we'll find out. I highly doubt that that's true. But just remember that all of Trump's former allies have been literally shelling out information by the bucket load to sell him out. All of the people that he burned in the past, specifically his lawyer. God, what's his name? I always blank on his name. The Donald Trump lawyer, Michael. Somebody give me the name. I literally always forget his last name. I don't know why I always do this. Somebody give me the last name. Anyway, he's been just Michael Cohen. Thank you. Michael Cohen. I always forget his last name. I don't know why. But Michael Cohen has been like blasting, like I said, just shoveling out private information that is totally within his legal right to do because Donald Trump burned him hard. Donald Trump completely betrayed his own guy. Like, and so the guy squealed on him. He ratted so hard. This is why Donald Trump has been got on this one, because Donald Trump just basically threw Michael Cohen under the bus. And then Michael Cohen was like, fine then, if you're gonna throw me under the bus, I'm gonna throw you under the bus. And that's how we ended up here. Actually wild. Maki Pocky with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciate the support. It is viewers like you that make this show possible. And I assure you, our funding is much better used than Donald Trump's. How long ago did you see this whole thing coming? Oh, I did not expect them to get him on this in particular, but I've covered this exact case for a while. It's just nobody really, I don't think anybody really thought it was gonna go this far, but he's so bad at it. Like, okay, as a matter of opinion, okay? This is a matter of opinion, not legally. This is not a legal statement because I'm not a lawyer or anything like that. But all of us know how much bullshit Donald Trump has been involved in, how much illegal stuff Donald Trump was involved in. There is so much. Donald Trump was like barging through walls when he was in the White House. Even after the White House, there are so many things that he did that are in violation of some rule or another as far as we can tell. It's kind of surprising that it's this one to a lot of people, but also you have to realize that it was bound to be one of these things. When you are so brazen and so careless and also so aggressive, like he's constantly on the attack, he's constantly breaking all of these laws while he's the president, while he's supposedly a law and order president. This guy is supposed to be the guy who doesn't break the laws, who doesn't engage in the corruption. And yet we all know that he was corrupt as hell. So on one hand, we all knew that all of this stuff was going on, but it is surprising that he's actually being arrested on it, that he's actually gotten here. Keep in mind, he already got indicted once. So like, he's breaking world records as far as American presidents go for being the guy who got arrested, the first former president to be arrested, and also indicted twice, right? Was he indicted twice? Not indicted, impeached. Was it twice? I can't even remember now. Yes, Donald Trump has become the first US president to be impeached twice. So he was impeached 2 times, broke that record. And of course, now he's also the first former president to be arrested. The man is just he is the pinnacle of American corruption, and he tries to pretend like he's an avatar of law and order. So on one hand, we all knew that he was breaking laws left and right. We all knew that this guy was corrupt as can be, and that all of his words are literally nothing but fascistic posturing, that he's just trying to present a strong front and crack down on his opponents and people that he doesn't like. Oh God. Oh no. I want to see this line real quick.
Attorney in Atlanta, who is doing everything in her power to indict me over an absolutely perfect phone call, even more perfect than the one I made with the president of Ukraine. Remember, I kept saying that's a perfect call. This one was more perfect. Nobody said, sir, you shouldn't say that. Many people on the phone. Well, local racist.
So now he's blaming his dudes. He's saying, nobody told me I shouldn't say that. Nobody told me that would get me in trouble. Oh, it's their fault. Oh my God, incredible. Yeah, look. Oh, I got it. I got the image of the thing. Look at the fundraising. This is the Trump store, okay? With the fake mugshot that says in plain text underneath, not guilty. Donate $50 and you'll get a free shirt. Damn, only $47 for this beautiful t-shirt? Wow, only 50 bucks? You're telling, what a deal, what a steal. Damn, that's what he should be going to prison for, because that's criminal. A free shirt for $50? Amazing. Oh my God. Apparently this is one of Donald Trump's lawyers. Bro, look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to prison. Oh no. He looks like he's having a medical emergency. What's happening? His cheeks are his cheeks are literally a brighter shade of red than the OAN American flag. Oh no, dude. Oh no. I want to see what are the Trumpites saying? Oh my God. I want to see what the Trump heads are saying right now. Where is it? Let's see. Trump to G. Oh yeah! Oh my God! I completely forgot. Marjorie Taylor Greene said that Donald Trump was basically Nelson Mandela. Oh my God! Just amazing.
By
yes,
radical corrupt governments, and it's beginning today in New York City, and I just can't believe it's happening, but I'll always support him. He's done nothing wrong. President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today. Nelson Mandela was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested and murdered by the Roman government. There have been many people.
Oh my God. Who else is cool? Yoda. Who else is cool? Walter. Oh wait, no, he's not cool. Shit, who else is cool? I don't know. Jesus. Julius Caesar. He was well, he wasn't really arrested. Who else is cool? Shakespeare. That's who. Dale Earnhardt. Ah! Uh-oh. Oh no, what's going on here? What's going on? Wait, is there?
Bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right.
Wait, was that her partner? Is that her husband? Was she just doing a political interview with her own husband? What? You just wanted a kissy kiss? Republicans are I don't even know. Oh, it's apparently her boyfriend. Oh, she's dating her producer. Oh, so it's like literally she's getting interviewed on her boyfriend's news network. Oh no. Oh no, she's in love with the media guy. She's in love with the corrupt, naughty journalists. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh God. All right, everybody. So Donald Trump officially arrested, officially the most criminal president in American history, arrested, 34 felony counts, which he says he's innocent of, but I'm gonna be completely honest, there is no way in hell that they pushed this far if they are not 100% sure that they've got him dead to rights, okay? Donald Trump, there is no way he's getting out of this, all right? Donald Trump is officially gonna be the most arrested president that has ever existed, which is certainly something. And it's also hilarious that they make comparisons to like Nelson Mandela and stuff like that, because unlike Nelson Mandela and unlike, they should have gone for Lula, would be another one that they could have made a comparison to, but they don't want to compare to him because he's a lefty. And but unlike either of these people who were clearly arrested for very, very obvious political reasons in order specifically to disempower them on invented grounds, Donald Trump is insanely corrupt. He has done nothing but spread misinformation and lies for the entire time in his office. He inspired his cronies to attempt to overthrow, pathetically, and they failed, obviously, the democracy of the United States of America. And all around, it's been a hilarious chapter, if not the most pathetic and embarrassing chapter of American history. But thank goodness, I am all here for America embarrassing itself. Honestly, Americans need a big heaping of humble pie because, frankly, Americans suck. So there you go. Yeah. He looks so miserable. Oh, there's no doubt the guy's miserable. Like, he has no energy in his speeches. His speeches afterwards were like he was falling asleep. Hello. Hi. You want to say hi to the chat real quick? I'm sure they'd love to say hello. No?
Let me...
Oh, you're good. All right.
Hold on.
All right. No, you're good. Doe's here. But Doe is indecent. I'll put it like that. Now I'm publicly embarrassing you by proxy. You didn't even have to appear on stream. Isn't Trump almost 80 years old? Yeah, but he acts like he's 90, so whatever. Everybody says hi. They're all very happy to know that you're here.
Hi, everybody.
I don't know that I could hear you. My mic is pretty controlled. Antifa Private 161 asked, would you argue it's okay as anarchist socialists to celebrate an action by the American state? Totally. It's absolutely hilarious when two representatives of the American imperial state destroy each other. There's almost nothing I love to see more than wings of the American empire destroy each other out of their own sort of mechanical proceedings. It's like Donald Trump can't stop being a fascist and neither can the American justice system, and so they just smash into each other, and it's like never cease from celebrating your opponent's mistakes and losses. Just remember that. How will this affect Donald Trump's presidential run? Will he still be able to run? I don't know. I think a lot of that is going to depend on how the court proceeding goes down, but I don't imagine it's going to go very well for him. Even if Donald Trump runs again, he's been bleeding support among anyone who isn't his most devoted cult. There's a lot of Republicans who will probably just stay home out of disinterest. The Rhino faction, a lot of those are going to obviously fall in line behind Donald Trump, but keep in mind that the Republicans already struggle to win elections. Their numbers, they take advantage of the Electoral College for the last couple of elections in order to win these elections. They lose really hard in the popular vote, and this gets even harder when stuff like this happens. He's been having a huge deflation of support outside of his core. Obviously, his core MAGA cult is, they will follow him to the grave. The deranged MAGA cult will do whatever he says. They will buy his $50 t-shirts. They will shell out $5 because Lindsey Graham told them to on Fox News. But that's not a very large number of people, and I don't think that he can carry himself to victory with just the MAGA cult. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say exactly how it's going to go. I imagine this will help him in the primaries, but he's ruined when it comes to the general. I don't know about that. It's really, really, really hard. It's really hard to say exactly how it's going to help him, how it's going to affect him. There is the possibility that his campaign uses this to basically launch himself to an enormous amount of support. But I got to be honest, Donald Trump has not been feeling particularly energetic. I think he's actually demoralized. I don't know if he's having fun with it anymore. And Donald Trump losing like interest or losing his pace is like really important, seeing as how Donald Trump is like he's the beating heart of his entire movement. Unlike the Republican machine, which aims to create politicians that will win, basically can be like replaced at any moment. Nobody can replace Donald Trump. If Donald Trump loses his energy, if Donald Trump stumbles, then his faction will lose completely. There's nobody who can replace him. And he'll also take the Republican Party with him, because let's be real, Ron DeSantis is not winning over the Trump cult. It's not going to happen. The Trump cult is not going to go to Ron DeSantis. They are ride or die to Donald Trump. So I think the best thing, I don't know, like it all depends on whether Donald Trump is able to actually energize himself through this process or if he gets demoralized. Because I think if Donald Trump starts to lose, I mean, he already has. Like Donald Trump has been kind of low energy for a while. Ever since he lost to Joe Biden, got absolutely decked. He had a short period of time where he was super energized, pushing his, his messaging about the election. But then it's fallen off. And I don't know, maybe this will give him the energy he needs to like have something to keep himself entertained or whatever. But I'm going to be completely honest. He looked pretty low energy. His speech was pretty low energy. Yeah, so I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. Yeah. What if Donald becomes reformed? You mean he goes to prison and then like changes his ways? It'll never happen, obviously. DeSantis won't get it this time, but we really need to watch out for him for 2028. I mean, maybe, you're probably right, but 2028 is, damn, 2028 seems like a really far way off, okay? 2028 is a distant future, okay? Don't forget there are things Trump has to do to meet the requirements to be eligible for the GOP primary, minimum donations, debate minimums. The system might just hang him and force him to run independent. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if the Republican Party is in a position to do that. If they do that, it might be really good for Democrats, because if they piss off the Trump cult and then try to run DeSantis, it just means that Joe Biden will win again. Assuming this is accurate, he is leading the primary. Yeah, I have no doubt that he'll win over DeSantis. There's no way that he's gonna lose to DeSantis. Like, I've been saying this forever. You guys, anybody who's been watching my show can say that from the get-go, I said that I didn't think that DeSantis had a good chance. I obviously, a long time ago, like, I mentioned that I think DeSantis is a pretty scary individual, and I do think that's true. I mean, DeSantis is ruining Florida in real time. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But as for whether he'll actually be able to do anything against Joe Biden, I don't know. I mean, there's always weird stuff, right? Like for example, what happens if Joe Biden can't run again? Like, what if Joe Biden can't run next year or doesn't run next year? And then they try to run like what? Kamala? That would be really bad. But I unironically think that if Joe Biden runs again, he's just gonna, I can't imagine him losing to Donald Trump. I don't imagine that happening. He has incumbent advantage. Democrats right now are still terrified of Donald Trump. Donald Trump now has corruption charges that the Democrats can use against him. I think that Joe Biden would be in a good position, but if Joe Biden can't run, that might not be very good. You think they're gonna run Hillary? Okay, I will say it would be absolutely amazing if Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump after everything, okay? From a purely laughing while the world burns position, I cannot stand Hillary Clinton, but that would be one of the funniest things I've ever heard of in my entire life. It would be so funny. That would be like shoving Donald Trump's face into a toilet and giving him a swirly, okay? It would be so funny. He would lose it. I think Donald Trump might just kill himself. I don't know that he would make it. I think he would just give up right then and there if that happened. Okay, so let's look at these numbers real quick. Okay, here we go. Polling. Here we go. Here's the polling for 2024. This is from just a couple days ago, March 24th to 27th, 2023. Donald Trump, 54% of the vote favors Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis is getting obliterated. Ron DeSantis has only gone down. There's no way Ron DeSantis is ever going to be able to do it. It's Trump or nothing, and it looks like it might be nothing. It's so funny. Ron DeSantis is the most manufactured candidate ever. It's so hilarious. Like, I hate to give it to Trump, but Donald Trump is so correct in pointing out the fact that Ron DeSantis is like the most obvious like plant from the Republican machine that you can possibly imagine. They were like, Donald Trump too unreliable. We need reliable fascist. And then they just plopped out Ron DeSantis on like a assembly line. He has no swag whatsoever. Can I find the Ron DeSantis? Oh, this is the one.
Which is your favorite?
Oh, why does it look like this? Oh, hold on a second. I gotta find this. I gotta find the full version of this clip. Where is it here? Hold on. It was Ron DeSantis. It was with Piers Morgan. Oh, really? They only have the shorts version? All right, whatever. We'll watch the short then.
What is your favorite nickname that Trump's given you so far? Is it Ron DeSanctimonious or Meatball Ron?
Well, I can't.
I think even he went off Meatball Ron.
I can't. I don't know how to spell DeSanctimonious. I don't really know what it means, but I kind of like it's long. It's got a lot of vowels. I mean, so we go with that. That's fine. You can call me whatever you want. I mean, just as long as you also call me a winner, because that's what we've been able to do in Florida is put a lot.
Oh God!
Bazinga.
It is so soy. Every single person, every single Republican in America watched that clip and cringed, okay? Just as long as you call me a winnerino, a neighborino, because that's what we've been doing in Florida Doherty. He literally sounds like fucking Ned Flanders. It is so cucked. Oh, I don't care if you call me a meatball so long as you call me a winner. Oh, God. He has no swag, just negative swag. Oh my God. Yeah, Ned Flanders on the outside, Hitler on the inside. Oh God, it's so good. Oh my fucking God. There's an entire, can you imagine? I can't even imagine. Look at this shit. I can't even imagine watching an hour and 5 minutes of Piers Morgan and Ron DeSantis talking to each other. That fake laugh. Ha 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 ha. Good one, Piers. Just keep calling me the winner. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hashtag winning. Everybody go online and type hashtag Ron DeSantis is a winner. That'll show Donald Trump for calling me a meatball. What makes you think I'm a meatball? What makes you think that I'm a meatball, fellas? Just make sure you call me, a winner. I'm sorry, but Donald Trump has always been good at nicknames because he's always right. He looks like a meatball. He looks like a friggin' meatball. There's just no other way to describe it. He has like such a round and lumpy, ugly textured head. He does. Every picture of him, he looks like a friggin' meatball. Ron DeSanctimonious, it's my opinion. Okay, you guys know in like, military, like dog fighting movies where they're like in their plane and the missile is coming after them and they press a button and it shoots off flares and the missile goes after the flare and blows up? You know what I'm talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a movie trope. You know, the pilot's like, oh, they've got a homing missile on us. Psh. That was Ron DeSanctimonious. Ron DeSanctimonious was the flare that Donald Trump threw off so that the jet continues on with Meatball Ron. Straight up. That's what it was. It was a distraction tactic. It was so that people would be like, Ron DeSanctimonious, ha 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 ha. And then Donald came in with the fucking Meatball Ron and sent it nailed home. It's like it hurts even worse. I gotta do the meatball voice. It's me, Ron DeSantis. I don't really care what you call me so long as you call me a winner. I don't really care. I'm not Meatball Ron. Down in Florida, we've been doing great things, okay? We've been doing fantastic things down in Florida, and I'm feeling real good about it, okay? I'm feeling wonderful about what's going on in Florida. Ron DeSantis' first day on the job. Everybody, I'm ready to be the commander-in-chief. I'm here. It's me, Meatball Ron, reporting in. I'm ready. I'm ready to be the president. Don't be so mean to me. Donald Trump, you're the real villain. Okay, I'll check it right now. Hold on. Wait, that's great! Oh, twos, that's so great. Oh my God. Oh, wow. I just received news that somebody who absolutely hates me got personally destroyed. I can't talk about it because it's a private issue, unfortunately, but let me just say one of my enemies destroyed themselves, and I just received news of it, and it's fantastic to hear about. Oh, God. Why'd you put his hair on there like that? Oh, that's horrifying. What's wrong with my hair, Donald Trump? You saying I don't got the hairline of a president? Is that what you're saying? Well, you, sir, wear a wig. You wear a toupee. What's wrong with my hairline? It's very, very sweet. Oh my God. I will do that. I'll have that. Hold on a second. Incredible. Oh my God. I need to know what kind of key switches you have. They are custom. The key switches in my keyboard were custom made for me by a friend. So unfortunately, you can't just buy them. They were made for me by a friend of mine. So they are amazing, and I love them. And it was specifically designed for my room's sound profile. So thank you for the compliments, but unfortunately, they're not so easy to replicate. I love how this stream has evolved into a roasting session of the entire Republican Party. True! No! This can't be! Oh, it's so good! Trump has insulted Mr. DeSantis in casual conversations, describing him as Meatball Ron, an apparent dig at his appearance. Oh my God! That is just so incredible. How do we get so lucky? It's so, I need to save this image so I have this for the future, for a future in which Ron DeSantis tries to do things. Oh my God, so incredible. Just amazing. Oh, that's nightmarish. LB, that's horrifying. Every time, here's the rules, okay, everybody? Every time that Meatball Ron is brought up, we need that image posted as rapidly as possible, okay? Incredible. All right, everybody. I don't have anything else left to say about the Donald Trump arrest and arraignment. We have had a great time talking about all of these very strange events going on. We live in a very weird time. But I want to remind you, if you've been having a good time, press like, press subscribe, and make sure you ring the bell. And please share your thoughts with us in the comments. I love to hear from my imps. As all of you know, I'm very good about responding to comments, and I often read them on stream. So consider throwing some comments our way. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks for watching. And that's all we have to say about Donald Trump for now. Oh God. These are so cursed. This is so cursed. What is going on with this? I'm telling you, I'd make a great president. I would make sure to ban all the books you don't want. I would ban all of the Donald Trump books and all of the Democrat books too. Incredible. Okay, everybody. I said that we were done with Donald Trump, and I was not lying. However, I have something else that's very funny to share with you, okay? What if I told you that Republicans weren't just losing their minds over Donald Trump? What if I told you that Republicans were losing their minds in general? My lovely, lovely imps, a number of prominent Republican figures have convinced themselves that AOC has a super secret Twitter account called ZazaDemon. I'm not kidding you. They have convinced themselves of this. Why? Well, the reasoning is a little bit unclear, okay? But I was laughing really hard at this story, so I wanted to share it all with you. Now, of course, for any of the olds in chat, Zaza is a slang word for marijuana, the plant also known as the devil's lettuce, also known as reefer, also known as the green, also known as trees, also known as the chronic, okay? It's Zaza, okay? And I gotta say, the ZazaDemon saga has had me laughing pretty hard because it is just so incredible. Okay, so it all starts, okay, with a claim from a guy whose name, let me just get the account. I want to make sure that I've got the account correct here, okay? An account which is called Joe Biden Hates Black People. That's the name of the account. Now, some of you may already be familiar with Joe Biden Hates Black People, the account, because they are also known as Nico House, okay? Nico House is a, let's just say a little infamous in political spaces for having some, maybe this audio clip will make things a little clearer. If it works. I am Adolf Hitler! There you go. That will make it a little clear. Let's just say that real Nico House has said some pretty interesting things about Jewish people, Jewish conspiracies, and other similar things in the past that's earned him a bit of a reputation. But I do want to point out real quick, this is perhaps one of the funniest claims he's ever made, and interestingly also has to do with Nazis. So real quick, let me just show you. Here is real Nico House claiming, yo, AOC has burned accounts. I think what he meant here was burner accounts. I responded to one of her posts reminding her that she sends money to Nazis, and some random account responded to me speaking in first person as if I attacked them. Then that same person deleted the tweets. Crying emoji, crying, laughing, rolling on floor emoji, okay? Now, I want you to see if you can spot what went wrong here. And I wouldn't blame you if you couldn't, okay? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says, "You bet I did," saying that she told off libs of TikTok. This is a clip of her telling off libs of TikTok. "You bet I did. NYC doesn't play with bigots and transphobes, and neither do I. Have a great day." Very based of AOC, to be completely honest. Very, very based. Okay? And then Nico House says, but you voted to send money to Nazis and to fund the Israeli apartheid, but hey, at least you stood up to a TikTok star. Very, very awesome reply guying here, my man. Very soy, very Reddit, okay? And then here, ZazaDemon, aka Zaza Smoker, who has a anime avatar, replies and says, lol, and what makes you think that I did anything to support Nazis? You're delusional, seek help. And then the tweet got deleted. Now, if you are like Nico House, you might have immediately concluded that, oh my God, AOC has a secret anime account called Zaza Smoker? Oh my God, AOC has a secret account called Zaza Smoker? And if you're like other absolute imbeciles on the right wing, you might flood to Twitter to say things like this. What did Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez mean by this? Taking screenshots of Zaza Smoker saying things like, and I quote, this is a quote, you are a hateful little freak and I can't wait until you piss off a trans person that actually is as unhinged as you claim to say they all are. Can't be a bigot if you're no longer breathing. Based, honestly, of Zaza Smoker. And of course, if you were an even bigger buffoon, you might further decide that, oh, well, yes, this is incontrovertible proof that AOC is Zaza Smoker. AOC is secretly hiding out as Zaza Smoker. See, Matt Walsh says, hi, AOC. This isn't you wishing death on me, is it? Many are speculating that this is your burner account. You need to come out and denounce this kind of rhetoric, or we can only assume that you support it. To which, of course, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says, no, it's not. I don't do burner accounts, and I would never address someone in this fashion. As someone subject to a torrent of violent, defamatory rhetoric and the stalking and real-life death threats that accompany it, from Matt Walsh and Ian Miles Chong fans, of course, is the part that she doesn't say, because she's very diplomatic, but I'll say it. I would never condone it either. And of course, everybody down here in the comments is just confessing to being AOC's burner account. Now you might be wondering, well, how did we come to the conclusion? How did we come to the conclusion that this was it literally just the fact that it was an account responding in the first person? And the answer is yes. That's literally the only evidence that it required for mainstream right-wing figures to accept the fact that this was undeniably AOC's burner account. The only evidence that they needed was a screenshot of a random account with an anime avatar called ZazaDemon at Zaza Smoker for them to conclude this must be AOC. But of course, not to rain on everyone's parade. But what wasn't included in the original screenshot was, of course, this, which is that Nico House was responding to Zaza Smoker. And you can actually see that if you go to the original tweet and click reply. You see, Zaza Smoker is a random tiny account that happens to be a fan of AOC to some degree, some sort of a fan that likes AOC, and saw Nico House insulting AOC and responded to Nico House. And Nico House responded to Zaza Smoker and said, you're a Nazi who gives money to Nazis. And Zaza Smoker interpreted that as being directed towards them because they were tagged in the tweet. And of course, Nico House just conveniently left that out in order to peddle the weakest conspiracy theory the world has ever seen, which was immediately picked up by the likes of Ian Miles Chong, the human blobfish, and Matt Walsh, the man with the driest lips on the planet Earth. Please drink some water, my friend, and get us chapstick. It will help you. Yeah. that is the state of the Zaza smoker, ZazaDemon conspiracy. And I just wanted to let you know that on Twitter, ZazaDemon was actually trending yesterday. That's how many people were talking about it. And of course, it got to the degree that AOC had to make an actual statement about this. But I also thought that you would think it was funny to see some of the smaller accounts that were responding to this, because I don't know, I thought they were really, really, really funny, okay? Here's an example of one. The Lord Brian Urso, lead guitarist of Gideon's Mob, and a blue check, okay? Weren't you called a liar by AOC? Thus the ethics complaint. How is that burner account ZazaDemon doing for you, Cortez? Here's another one. ZazaDemon is AOC. Her she is threatening Matt Walsh. Hold on, we got some more. I got some really good ones, okay? Here's another one. Here's another really incredible reaction live. By the way that I found these was by searching ZazaDemon and just scrolling through the results on Twitter. Here we have Leftitus Brandon 2403761, whose account, if you go to their account, is literally all just anti-trans right-wing extremist memes. A lot of them including Andrew Tate, retweets of cat turd, etc. Just so we know. Hey, ZazaDemon, I was wondering if you got that name from all the Democrat Satan parties you attended at AOC. The party of perverts, pedocrat. A vote for Democrats is a vote for child abusing pedophiles. Amazing. Top-notch posting right here, okay? Of course, we also got, this one was funny. Here we have a right-wing podcast called the Minimal Effort Podcast, which, listen, I know it's a bit of a low-hanging fruit, but I wanted to just show you what happens, okay? Okay, I want to show you what happens when you play this video. Just guess what the first thing they're going to be talking about in their video is. Okay, ready?
Hey.
Who's that? Who's that? Oh, they're mad about the Bud Light thing. Literally, square number one, their literal first frame of the video of them ranting about ZazaDemon. They are also angry about the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light outrage of the week. What's the Bud Light thing? Oh, you mean you don't know? Remember how right-wingers were freaking out about M&Ms, and before that they were freaking out about Nike, and before that they were freaking out about Mr. Potato Head, and before that they were freaking out about Hershey's, and remember all that? Well, this week they're really mad because Bud Light did a cross promotion with influencer Dylan Mulvaney. And they're having a meltdown. They're saying that America is gone to hell because a trans woman did an ad, a cross promotion with Bud Light. With Bud Light. Am I getting the name wrong? Dylan Mulvaney? Isn't that the name right? Am I saying it wrong? No, I got it right. Dylan Mulvaney. I got the name right. I got her name right. So it's just kind of funny. No, isn't it? No, her name is Dylan Mulvaney. She's a TikTok influencer. Why do you people gaslight me like this? So annoying. Whatever. So I just thought it was funny that this person is promoting their video soy raging about Dylan Mulvaney and the Bud Light deal with the ZazaDemon hashtag. That's another one that I thought was very funny. And of course, I think I had one more. Yes, this one I just thought the account was very funny. Okay, here, take a look at this account from the account called SS Shakadalika, Covidiots. Comments are so saucy that Twitter suspended my original account from SS Shakadalika. Is ZazaDemon AOC's alternate ego? Amazing. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah, so that's the state of affairs on the right. Remember earlier in this stream when I was talking about the fact that the right is literally disinformation and misinformation central, that all they do is spend every single day spreading the stupidest, most easily disprovable lies and most far-fetched conspiracy theories you could possibly imagine, that is their entire political agenda, is just a giant sewage pipe dumping out low-effort misinformation, and that you shouldn't, as somebody who purportedly cares about the world, you shouldn't spend your time sifting through the sewage that the right wing is pumping out, and instead should choose your battles very carefully. This is one of the reasons. They will literally invent any narrative, no matter how tenuous. A single tweet is all that it takes. A single misunderstood tweet is all that it takes for major figures. I'm talking people like what Matt Walsh is like. Let's take a look. Obviously, we all know Matt Walsh is a gigantic, absolute piece of shit. Everybody knows that. But just so that we're clear, Matt Walsh pretends to be some kind of like hard-hitting journalist, some kind of a documentarian. He has 2.19 million subscribers, and this dumb fuck is promoting a laughably stupid conspiracy, and his followers eat it up. They are programmed to not think. The right wing of America is literally programmed to never ask questions. They literally make jokes about debunking. They're like, oh, you're gonna debunk it? You're gonna show me facts and evidence? Whoa, wow, debunker, you're so soy for wanting to, for wanting to live in the real world and not in a fantasy realm. It's unfortunate and it's very sad because unironically, Republicans would be better off if they believed that Star Wars was a documentary, okay? The world would be so much of a better place if every Republican exchanged all of the misinformation in their head for like Wikipedia entries that they believed were true. If every person thought that like Luke Skywalker actually uses the Force, and that out there's a planet called Dagobah with a little green guy on it, and that there was a droid trade federation, if they believed that, the world would be a better place. But instead, they spend their entire lives in a complete fantasy world where Mr. Potato Head, Bud Light, Nike, Hershey's Company, and are all out to get them, that liberals are traveling from American school to American school, installing cat boxes so that they can forcibly make school children into trans cats. This is the world that a lot of these Republicans live in. That like a sizable amount of the Republican voter base lives in a world where they think this stuff is fact. Where AOC apparently, even though AOC is one of the most impactful and powerful politicians in the United States right now, as far as how much of a platform she personally has. Like if AOC says something, it will be covered on basically every single news network in America if AOC says something meaningful. Despite that fact, she apparently needs to have a secret Twitter alt account called Zaza Smoker, where she posts about how she doesn't like Matt Walsh. And these people just, that's the world they live in. Oh yeah, they were mad about Keurig, they were mad about Gillette. All of these things that they're so mad about, they literally live in a delusion. A delusion that is like, it's funny because people will say that like people get depressed thinking about capitalism, that they get depressed thinking about how like, you know, very real and easy to detail, you know, networks of finance and money make life really difficult for the American worker. And then they live in a world where they think that the Mr. Potato Head company is secretly trying to turn their child into a transgender. It is such a sad state of affairs. And honestly, I sort of oscillate between being angry about it and just being really, really sad. Because the fact that there are so many adults in the United States of America whose entire lives are categorized by their belief in a pathetic fantasy, a fantasy that isn't even interesting. It's not, oh God. I don't know. It does damage to my soul on a level. And I don't know. I don't even think we can't even blame it on lead paint. At least the last generations could blame it on lead paint and leaded gasoline. We don't have that. All we have is internet brain disease that like a bunch of people with no skills to discern truth fall for the most basic pieces of disinformation you could possibly imagine. We could blame it on asbestos? I don't think we can. Asbestos doesn't affect brain function in the way that lead does. Microplastics? I don't know if we can blame it on microplastics either. It's just, it's such a sad state of affairs. You know what we can blame it on? We can blame it on Twitter. At least in part. It's bad. It's an unfortunate state of affairs. But yeah, guys, everybody, the uncontrovertible fact is that AOC is ZazaDemon, and of course, what was the true secret? These fools, these sheep, were not wise enough to see the real truth, which is that I am AOC. All along, this entire time, I was using advanced AI algorithms to simulate the career of one Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who does not actually exist. She was created using advanced AI that was commanded by me. I was AOC all along. Your ultimate nightmare. It wasn't ZazaDemon, it was me. Is this stream simulated? You'll never know. Secretly, I am being piloted by birds, just like I said at the very beginning of the stream. What can I say? Just how it is. You just have to embrace the fact. AOC is a bird? Yes. At the end of the day, AOC is a bird. But birds can't smoke Zaza? That's what you think. That's what you think. I just want everybody to take a moment here and just relish the fact that no matter how disconnected you might feel in the moment, you will never be as disconnected from reality as the average Republican Trump supporter. The average Matt Walsh viewer exists in a state of delusion that is so deep that they can't even tell that they're being lied to at all. They're incapable of acknowledging the fact that maybe they should take a moment to double check whether cat boxes are being installed in American schools for the cat genders, that maybe they should double check and find out if the Mr. Potato Heads are actually being turned into non-binary mix potato person. And then, of course, they will immediately discover the shocking reality that none of the things they're being told are even remotely true. just take comfort in the fact that even if you were to have like a catastrophic psychic episode, you would probably be more grounded in reality than the average Matt Walsh viewer. Kiwi TP says, thought-terminating cliches and cognitive dissonance is all they have. Unironically, thought-terminating cliches are like a huge portion of how the right manufactures its following. This is also the reason why you have like, you'll encounter religious fundamentalists with absolutely bonkers beliefs about the world, where they will tell you like angels are literally puppeting all of our actions. Angels and demons are puppeting our actions. And then you'll ask them, well, how do you know this? And they will not have an answer. They will simply be incapable of explaining to you how they know that this is the case, even within their own worldview. And then they'll get angry about it. And the reason is because there are, like, it's an uncomfortable thing to acknowledge, but there are tactics that can delude and weaken the human mind's ability to think. And they're terrible. I oppose these with all of my might. There's a reason why I spend time talking about politics, why I spend time talking about misinformation, why I encourage people to have critical thought, why I encourage people to be independent in the way that they think and to verify things before they speak. And that's because, as many of you know, I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult. I experienced a lot of these things firsthand. I saw it with my own eyes, and I felt it, and I saw how it affected my own thinking, which took years to undo. That you are taught to shut down certain mental processes over time. You are taught to discard any information that makes you feel uncomfortable about your worldview. You are taught how to discard that in real time, to throw it away immediately as some sort of threat. Literally, it instills in you a fear response to information that could threaten your worldview, or an anger response. Those are usually the two emotions that are used most frequently. It's I often use an analogy of building a shell around your mind. Religious cults do this. Fundamentalist groups do this, and of course the Republican Party does this. It is a perpetual messaging that wears down critical thinking, that wears down doubt, so that you stop actually having the ability to easily doubt anymore. People get so far in that it's almost impossible for them to get back out, because they no longer have the skills necessary to even think in the way that another person would. That like, it wears down your ability to see holes in things, even obvious holes that other people see. And it's very unfortunate, and it's very manipulative, and it's very harmful. It hurts individuals. The individual people that go through this process are not happy people. They are not made happier because of this process. They don't find, they go there, you know, they often get there like searching for a sense of purpose, something that they're promised but never ever receive. They never receive a sense of belonging. You look at like some of the people who get pulled into far right conspiracy communities, and you'll discover that they're miserable. They are just miserable and agonized people. They alienate their only friends. Their families get torn apart. And this is because their ability to engage with other people who don't necessarily agree with their worldview completely becomes dissolved in a way that's more aggressive than basically any other ideological groupings that you can see. You meet lefties who hang out with all kinds of different people and who are at least capable of maintaining social connections, even with people who disagree with them, because their worldview doesn't teach them to flee from anything that opposes their worldview. Instead, it often challenges them to challenge that thing, to engage more with it, to understand it deeper. But there is a control factor that is very valuable. There is to the right-wing movement, it is very valuable to be able to have a mouthpiece like, say, Fox News, a giant speaker that can basically command hordes of thought with a single episode of TV, that they can reinforce certain messaging over and over and over again, so that people are basically incapable of seeing outside of the box that they're in. And it's very unfortunate, but yeah. It's just how it goes. Yep. Yep. It's not just a cult thing. I went to a fairly moderate synagogue where every Saturday they said prayers for the IDF. It took me a decade of watching the Israeli state constantly do terrible things to stop calling myself a Zionist. Yeah, I mean, it's not just religion. Religion is just one useful tool in building ideological loyalty. Obviously, this is a problem with all kinds of ideologies. There are many ideologies that use these tactics. And the reason why they use these tactics is because they take advantage of the way the human brain functions, the way that we think, the way that thought works. These sorts of tactics of manipulation are designed to work around and dull certain brain functions, certain things that help us survive and parse through information. Yeah, but religion, of course, is often very effective. And the reason why religion is so effective is because the stakes are incredibly high, and there is also a social network directly attached. The reason why religion is so effective at propagating itself, and why fundamentalism, for example, Christian fundamentalism is so effective, is because it's not just these ideas. It delivers these ideas via a incredibly tightly crafted social network of that encourages control, that builds structures of power that keep people in place so that they can't leave even if they want to. And these are all parts of reinforcing this idea. Discordant Vol says, the road ahead is long, but there's one thing that all of us shouldn't forget. Our very existence infuriates our opponents. The fact of us makes their lives miserable, if only in their own minds. They self-flagellate because of us. I take some comfort in this. That's unironically true. It's part of the reason why trans visibility is valuable. Why having trans people be able to see each other and network together and exist in public life is so valuable, because it does erode these structures. There's another example that I can tie to that doesn't have directly to do with trans people. An example of this is racism. Racism starts to disappear in people when they engage with regularly with members of other races. People are so much less likely to be racist, and they are also more likely to stop being racist when they meet people of a different race than their own, when they have conversations. And the reason for this is that the protective mechanisms in their brains are constantly being triggered, and they start to break down. This is part of the reason why conservatives, like racist conservative families, are so against college, because their kids will go away to college, meet people who prove to their face incontrovertibly prove that the messages that they've received from their parents and from their communities are not true, that they are just false. And that is a very powerful way to break through the shell of programming. Incontrovertible evidence to the opposite of your beliefs is incredibly painful to experience sometimes, but it also forces you to grow. It forces these machines to break down. And keep in mind, part of the reason why all the things I've been talking about, this building a shell around the human mind, part of the reason why this has to be done is to prevent that from happening, is to get people to avoid ever being in a situation where their beliefs can be challenged. trans people existing publicly, thriving together, not fleeing and not being bullied into the shadows, makes it possible for people to see that their hate is irrational. It breaks down the programming that they've received. It breaks down the irrational worldview that they have. And of course, it won't do it just meeting a trans person isn't gonna fix every single person immediately at all, not even close. It's not gonna teach them to challenge their hate, but on a broad enough level, it does start to erode the power that these messages have across the world. And also, people who are trans themselves but don't know it, people who are gay themselves and don't know it, might see that. They might see it reflected in themselves and find liberation as a result of actually having the words, the languages, the connections to overcome whatever programming they've received. Antifa Private 161 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Demon Mama. First learned of you through Vosh. Don't always agree with your takes, but your perspective does make me rethink things. White names, be gone. Thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciate that. Okay, I have to show this. Okay, everybody. I was just sent a great video of a Trump protester, okay? We got a Trump shaman, everybody. Let's see what the Trump shaman is up to.
Oh yeah.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah.
Oops. Looks like you might have wanted to keep your hands on the fucking handlebars there, my dude. Oh, what is it with the Trump shamans? The Trump shaman, look, the Trump shaman archetype has not had a very good time. Posadas John says, I guess Chicago is a free autonomous zone now. All the cops are gonna leave the city because they're mad over the election. Ah, yes. Okay, everybody, real quick. I want to just say thank you all for watching. This has been us talking about the ZazaDemon conspiracy and the deluded fantasy world that a lot of conservatives have spun themselves into. If you enjoyed this content, press like, press subscribe, ring the bell, and please leave a comment with your thoughts. This channel is growing like wild. We are absolutely exploding. It's been great. We've been gaining tons of new subscribers, and I'd love to have even more. Join the imps. We'd love to have you with us. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. All right, let's take a look at this. I wanted to talk about something. This is a minor, well, this is a major victory, but a minor note of news for our channel. Let me tell you real quick. For those of you who don't know, this last Saturday, I participated in a Get Out the Vote canvassing stream with a number of people involved with Progressive Victory, including a number of streamers who have partnered with Progressive Victory. Some of you were there. Some of you probably didn't tune in because you didn't know, or maybe you weren't interested yet, but it was very fun. As many of you should know, my position on electoral politics is that electoral politics should not be the primary focus of anybody's political engagement as a political agent. That there is a much more important world of politics that lies above and around electoral politics. However, many of you will also know that I am not an anti-voter. I believe very much that there are votes that are incredibly valuable to take part in, and that we should be watchful for these votes, and we should spread the word and participate in making things more difficult for the people who really, really hate us whenever we can. And I have some very good news, because we have been successful in one such endeavor. Many of you will recall, those of you who tuned into the stream will recall that I was participating in a canvassing stream, a canvassing recruitment stream for a Democrat judge in Wisconsin. Now you might go, Wisconsin? Wisconsin? That place? The cheese place? Yes, Wisconsin. You might not know this, but Wisconsin nearly illegally overturned and undemocratically, almost, I'm talking a 1-vote spread in their state Supreme Court, almost overturned the election in favor of Donald Trump. It is a state that has been in a very precarious position. It is a state that could very easily flip over into becoming a red stronghold. And for those of you who have not been plugged into the news recently, red strongholds are swinging into the dark ages. Red strongholds are passing total abortion bans. Red strongholds are passing bans on trans healthcare. They are passing severely discriminatory laws towards trans healthcare. Some of these far red states right now are engaging in outright anti-democratic lawmaking that doing things like trying to remove Democrats from office for no reason other than accusations of deranged conspiracy. Red states are going through a rough time right now. So when there is a state that is on the edge, it is important that we prevent that state from going full red, because once they go full red, it's bad news from there on out. And Wisconsin was one of those states. However, I am happy to announce liberal judge Janice Protasewicz, I always say their name wrong. I'm so sorry. Janet Protasewicz won a seat on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court, flipping the body's ideological majority. That's correct. After a massive effort from progressives of all stripes, from left-leaning people of all stripes, libs, lefties. As you know, I'm a pretty far left myself, but I was willing to participate on this. A lot of lefties that I know were participating on this. After a huge push, the state's Supreme Court has officially flipped blue. Now, keep in mind that her opponent was a remarkably corrupt Trump cultist. The guy who she was running against is like just derangedly corrupt, okay? He got his ass whooped, and now, thankfully, Wisconsin is in a little bit of a safer position. Now there is a majority in favor of the people who aren't trying to literally overturn any sense of democracy in the state. It's a really major win for Wisconsin. I only did the tiniest part in just trying to generate hype for people to go participate in that. But I want to point out that there are indeed cases where elections can make a big difference. This position is a 10-year appointment. 10 years. If Janet Protasewicz had not been able to win here, that corrupt Trump MAGA cultist judge would have had hold of the majority for 10 years. That's very, very major, okay? That's a lot of hardship for a very long time for a lot of good people. You have to remember that every single state in the United States is full of really, really good people. People who are leftists, people who are trans, people who are every single identity group that you can imagine and are wonderful people. And when these states flip red, all of those people suffer. Right-wingers and the modern Republican Party are so oppressive to minority groups of all stripes. They are so oppressive to their political opponents. A victory in which a state does not flip red is actually a very good deal, especially when it's a 10-year victory like this. So that's incredibly good, okay? It's a very, very good thing, and I'm extremely happy to report that the person who we were supporting on that stream on Saturday was you know, that this was a successful effort, that the opponent was indeed defeated. Massive W, a very, very massive W. And keep in mind that that this judge has gone on the record as being a pretty staunch progressive. You know, not like super lefty or anything like that, but pro-trans rights, pro-gay rights, you know, pro-social justice. So it's somebody who has a good head on her shoulders and is going to be ensuring that Trump cultists don't seize the state of Wisconsin. It's a pretty big deal. Yeah, that was with, I did that stream with Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack is much more involved in electoral politics than I am, but I'm happy to be able to offer my support. Now, of course, another major victory, another very specific yes, I was just about to talk about Chicago. Everybody, a lot of lefties have been talking about Chicago and the Chicago election recently. There has been an incredible amount of conflict in Chicago because the notorious Chicago Police Union, which of course, on this channel, I don't need to tell any of you even a tiny, tiny bit about how we feel about the police. The police being the world's biggest gang. Here in America, a unbelievably violent and corrupt organization. And the Chicago police are notoriously demented. Now, the Chicago Police Union spoke out threatening to mass resign if the left-leaning candidate, Brandon Johnson, won, because Brandon Johnson has promised to basically take the police department to task because of the amount of issues that the Chicago police have had in recent memory. Brandon Johnson is the Democratic candidate who has essentially promised to be much harsher on the police. And of course, we now have confirmation that Brandon Johnson has won his election in Chicago, and that the Chicago Police Union is threatening over 1,000 members of the cop union are threatening to resign, which is just amazing. And take a look at that. A tight race. Look at how tight that race was. Okay? Incredibly tight race. So, yeah, a tight race with a staunch conservative. There are votes that do matter, and we should choose those ones as the ones to spend our time participating on. Just to be clear with my positions, I want to make sure that people understand where I stand on this, because it's not something I've talked about in a while. We have a lot of new viewers on the channel. I think that a lot of American electoral politics is unfortunate time wasting. It is basically siphoning off energy that could be much better used elsewhere. But I am not anti-voting. That is ridiculous. I, in fact, don't believe that we should turn down any tool that can help us build a better world. And sometimes it is simply true that by voting and ensuring that our opponents don't take power, we can make the world a better place. These are two such examples. We should be careful not to become obsessed with the never-ending treadmill of electoral institutional politics, which seek to cordon off and fizzle out all of our genuine political drives and yearnings. We should be very careful not to fall into the trap of spending the rest of our lives analyzing endless polls, talking back and forth in pointless debates with candidates who don't care about anything and who are mostly looking for a job that lets them, collect a paycheck while just walking around and offering platitudes. We should be very critical of electoral systems, which are often used to diffuse real political movements. However, we should do so wisely, and we should acknowledge when there are important struggles to be won. These are two such struggles, which we won. Very good news. Demon Mama says, do more than just vote. Demon Mama haters, oh, you're anti-electoralism. Yeah, it's wild. There's a lot of people who accuse me of being like super anti-electoralism, which is deranged, of course. But I have critiques of electoral systems. I have a lot of critiques of, I mean, I don't think you can be a leftist without having critiques of American democracy. I mean, we live in a country where our elections are still decided by an electoral college which was specifically designed to ensure that increased voting power is in the hands of landholders. Obviously, I think that it's pretty fucking important for us to have a solid critique of the current electoral situation. But I also am not a fool. I can very easily acknowledge and point out and will work towards victories that are very important. Yeah. So there you go. Vontuk said, I phone baked for the Wisconsin Supreme Court candidate with the Cali Nevada Alliance branch of Progressive Victory. Between that and our gun range trip, in this gun range trip we're cooking, not just electoralism with our org. Vontux, that's awesome as hell. That is so cool. Vontix is saying here that their group that they're working on is also planning traveling to the gun range to shoot together. That's amazing. Now that is really good. That's the type of stuff that really matters. You guys know that I talk about all the time how much I value direct social connection making and mutual aid. You guys all here who've watched my channel for a long time know that the vast majority of the collective endeavors that I participate in are what I would consider to be direct action. They are mutual aid. I aim to get help directly to people who need it. When I've done fundraisers, my fundraisers have gone directly towards GoFundMes of people in need. When I've volunteered for things, I volunteered to deliver food during COVID, which was really amazing. It was with a local anarchist mutual aid collective. They found people who needed food and they made sure they were fed. It was amazing. It was an absolutely incredible thing to be a part of. These are the types of real politics, material politics that connect with real people in need, that don't just abstract things off into the endless corridors of administration, of people behind closed doors moving money here and there, treating people like numbers. I think that we should move away from politics that treats people like numbers. And I think it's extremely awesome to build social networks that allow you to not just engage, to engage in all kinds of political action. Powerful social networks can allow you to swing elections. Powerful social networks can allow you to save people's lives. They can allow you to impact the world in very meaningful ways. And I think those are more important than these sort of massive, unaccountable political institutions that only insiders who swear fealty and play the game have any say in. I will always value a true politics of individuals connecting socially with one another over sort of abstracted politics of the polling booth and statistical analysis. To a certain extent, though, won't we always have to think of people, including our own, as numbers to some extent? I sure hope not. I think that boiling people down into numbers is the first step to a anti-social political project. Obviously, there are always going to be moments, like if you're trying to decide how many people are eating dinner and how many burgers you need to order, that is technically boiling people down to numbers. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when organizations and structures reach a size to at which point they can no longer they can no longer see people for the people that they are trying to help. Instead, they are euphemized. They are boiled down into a point of data, and I think that is a genuine political toxin. I talk about this all the time. I just think that you have to be incredibly careful with you know, essentializing people down, simplifying people down into pegs or points. I think it's a dangerous thing, and it's a thing that's done by the worst types of hyper collectivists, the type of people who see a nation that can go to war, that, you know, has a reserve of X number of people that can go be shredded up on a battlefield. Yeah. Yep. I will, Laura. Don't worry, I will. Ashmar says, in 2022, Illinois voted to put the right to collective bargaining into our state constitution, and I'd call that pretty based. Anyone who tells you that electoralism never accomplishes anything is a liar. Of course they are. That's silly. That's like saying that like fighting never accomplishes anything. Obviously, there are many contexts in which physically fighting will accomplish things. It's just that, like, when people say electoralism, the words electoralism are used incorrectly. Electoralism is a mindset that tends to put priority on elections as the way to make political change, as the primary way to make electoral change. But I don't believe that's true. Let me give you an example in my state. I live in Washington. In my state, via an electoral process, trans rights have been enshrined in the Constitution. A constitutional amendment in Washington has ensured that trans people are you know, considered on a constitutional level as a protected group of people. That's pretty major. But I also should recognize that that's not the end goal, nor is it even close to the end goal. It's a tactical advantage that has been won by participation strategically in a certain set of actions. Does that make sense? The goal is trans liberation. The goal is not changing the document. Changing the document is a step, or is a tool that we can use in the process of achieving trans liberation. But electoralism, in my mind, is sort of fixating on the elections themselves as the way to change the world. But I don't think that's true. I think that participating in an election is one way that you can make a positive change, but it shouldn't be your primary focus. Hopefully that makes sense. Jessica Metal says, recall my story where electoralism literally, well, I wouldn't call that electoralism. I wouldn't call that electoralism. I would call that an electoral victory. I think people just use the word electoralism wrong. But yes. Our political toolbox should have many, many things. The problem, though, and something that I want to make sure that I hit on before I finish this segment, is that there is a constant pressure. There is a constant pressure that our toolbox be full only of electoral solutions. Okay, the Democratic Party, liberals especially, are basically constantly trying to tell you that your toolbox should be full of this vote, this action, this fundraiser. You should give money to this candidate, give all your money to that candidate, give all your money to this candidate, give all your money to that candidate, spend your time canvassing for this election, spend your time canvassing for our guy, spend your time canvassing for our guy, and they will literally constantly fill your toolbox with all of this stuff. And that's not good. The pressure in our society is constantly to only express politics through the most approved form of electoralism. That's electoralism. Electoralism is the idea that you're the only true valid path to political victory is via participations in American democracy. And I think that is beyond absurd and also bad. It's actively detrimental. Yes, exactly. Killjoy says electoralism is basically the belief that the only real way to make politics is via political victories. It's like believing that charity is the only method of helping the poor. Exactly. People use the word electoralism to describe any electoral victory, but that's simply not true. There are anti-electoralists, people who are staunchly against electoral politics, who will nonetheless recognize that certain electoral victories would be a benefit to them. But yes. Bromine Lucid said, this is a difficult question, but I still want to ask, what is something I can do to help when I have disabling, crippling social anxiety? It makes it hard to get involved in electoral stuff like phone banking and other stuff like community building. What to do when I am just built wrong? I don't think you're built wrong, first of all. I don't think you should talk about yourself like that. That's not how it works, okay? That implies that there's some kind of like person who put you together wrong, okay? But secondly, outside of slowly and surely, strengthening yourself, there are all kinds of ways to participate. If you happen to be somebody who has some sort of steady income, if you work a job that doesn't require you to do that, you can always donate directly to these sort of mutual aid funds. There are mutual aid funds all over the place that are helpful, but more so than that, there are ways that you can help out that aren't super, super, super social, okay? Like you can get involved. For example, I can't give you all the specifics because I don't know all the specifics of your life. However, when I was working with that mutual aid collective that was delivering food, they had a ton of people whose jobs were basically to just help coordinate the data via email. So they would get emails with requests for help, and then there would be people whose job it was to basically make sure that that email got filed correctly so that somebody else could take care of it. There is all kinds of administrative tasks that you can participate in. There is manual labor that you can help with that don't require you to do a whole bunch of social engagement, but there is some level that you will have to engage socially with other people to some degree. It's just a simple truth of participating in a world of social beings. It's hard to never have a connection with another person. However, if you can push yourself to make a few connections, you can very easily get involved in ways that don't require you to constantly be under duress. Canvassing and phone banking might not be the answer for you, but other things like, say, helping load stuff. If there is a mutual aid group out there that is, maybe they're movers for free. Maybe what they do is they put together a group that on the weekends helps people who don't have a lot of money move their stuff. Then what maybe they'll have somebody who's doing all the talking, and they're gonna have a bunch of people who need to lift stuff. That's something that you could do even if you have social anxiety. That's just an example. I'm just pulling examples out of a hat. Of course, there are all kinds of other ways. You can participate online by donating art. If you're an artist and there's a group that you're interested in helping, you can help them by helping them make materials so they can get the word out. You can help them by helping them fancy up their social media page. There's a million ways in the world to help. You know your talents. Figure out your talents and find out who needs those talents for a good end. That's the easiest way to do it. Driving, oh yeah, Spyro Gal points out, like when I did those food deliveries, the driving food to people, it was not very social at all, okay? I would go onto the website that they had set out, and once you sign up as a volunteer, they give you access to a Google document. You say, okay, I can deliver to 3 people today. You say that in an email or in a text, and then they go, okay, here's the grocery list by text, and here's the address of the person who needs it, and now we're gonna Venmo you the money. They Venmo you the money, you go take the money to the grocery store, you buy all the stuff, you drive it over, you drop it off at the location, you knock on the door, you drive away, you text back, okay, delivery done, and they update the chart. That's how it worked. It was barely any socializing had to be done whatsoever, and yet nonetheless, the social effect was profound. This was families that I was able to help get fed. So, stuff like that. Bromine Lucid says, thank you, that means a lot. A lot of different ideas. I always want to help out, but then I just feel paralyzed by the limitations that I have. I can understand that completely. And unfortunately, the way that our society is currently, you know, our society is not particularly favorable or kind to people who have social anxiety. It's not very facilitating. There are, of course, other ways that you can get involved. There are all kinds of digital endeavors that you can get involved with. I mean, libraries are another one. There are a ton of community libraries that are incredibly valuable, that don't require you to be super, super social, but that nonetheless need help. There are so many organizations that already exist, so many groups and collectives that already exist that have non-social work needs that you can help with. And just keep your eyes peeled for them and take stock, take some time and write down a document where you sort of figure out what things you can actually help with. You know your own limitations better than I do. And once you find out what things you can and can't do, then you'll be able to start finding people who can make use of those talents. This kind of explains why they were so quick to pass a $600 money transfer law through apps on individual citizens. Yeah, oh God, it's wild. Elac says, I love these kinds of segments. You have way more skills than you think you do, I promise you. You can help in more ways than you know. That is so unbelievably true, Elac. And Elac, of course, speaks directly from experience, having participated in a state-organized project, you know, so yeah. It is true that people have so much more talent than they think they do, and there are so many people that need help in so many different ways. It's wild. I mean, God, you want to know what some people do around here? Now, this might not work if you live in a this might not work out for you if you live in a rural area, but around here, there are a lot of people who put out miniature food banks. It's basically like a little mailbox in front of your house that you just put food in, cheap food, and people can open it up and take the food out if they need it. People put granola bars, protein bars, food like this, and there are a lot of people out there who are struggling to get food, and you don't have to interact with anybody with those. You just put the food in, people take it if they need it. They're just called little free pantries. They're amazing. And yes, also, Alora says, never feel like you shouldn't do something just because it only affects one or a few people. Keep in mind that if everyone helped one other person, the entire world would be helped, okay? If everybody was able to just help one other person in addition to themselves, the entire world would be connected. I know that that's a very platitude-y type statement, but I want you to think about that and realize that even small actions can have a huge impact. The people that you help will in turn go on to help other people. Helping 1 or 2 people is a lot, and it means the world. So don't think, like, it might seem small, but again, I try to encourage people to not think of people as numbers. Just remember, I mean, hell, if you give somebody food, if you feed somebody, imagine what it would feel like to be in their shoes. Have you ever had somebody give you a meal when you really needed it? Have you ever been in a pinch and had somebody come and help you and it made all of the difference? Well, you could be that person to somebody else, and it can change your life, even if it seems like a small thing at first. Okay, seriously. Little Morphine Annie says, there's a group near me that goes and picks fruit off of fruit trees, naturally growing fruit trees in California, I assume, for food pantries. That is so awesome. See, that's a perfect example of things. Like, there's tons of places where people can be fed because of collective effort like that. Makes a big difference. Makes a big, big difference. Elax says, Imps, there is a fuck ton of you, and together we can do a fuck ton. That's one of the things I know about the Imps, okay? This community that we have going here is remarkably strong and remarkably socially interconnected. I'm proud of it every single time I stream. It's one of the things I'm most proud about this community. This community has directly assisted so many people, okay? Throughout the years, we have participated in so many different direct aid projects. It's remarkable. And on the Discord, I see people helping each other all the time. That's something that makes me feel proud. It makes me feel like the Imps are representing, that we aren't just a loose collective online, but that we are reaching to become something more. And I believe that that's something that is possible. I believe that the Imps as a community can continue to grow and become more powerful, connect with one another in ways that actually alleviate one another's pain. I think it's very important. These types of social connections are remarkably important, and I see it happen all the time. I keep a close eye on my community, and it's amazing to see people helping each other genuinely, looking out for one another genuinely, watching out and making sure that nobody gets left behind or forgotten. I think that's really, really good. Little Morphine Annie says, the people in the neighborhood who have fruit trees in their yards just simply let the group know that they can come and pick them. It's better than the fruit falling and rotting on the ground. Absolutely. It's absolutely better than that. Jessica Metal says, not to toot my own horn, but that's the exact reasoning about how I ended up becoming the person around me people knew to go to for anything trans related. I was plugged into resources for starting transition and or finding resources for families of the people that came out as trans. I ended up doing that because when I came out, there was nothing. Exactly. It is looking at assessing your community and assessing the world around you and seeing what you can do that can change so much. And I mean, that's the thing. When you've experienced that, when you know what it's like to like need help and to get it, or to need help and to not get it. Those are experiences that teach you how much you can change things for other people. And it really does make a big difference for people to watch out, even just one person watching out for one other person. And the relationships that can eventually spawn from that are unbelievable. So anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that I believe very much in the potential for true social connections, a politics that is built on genuine interconnection between people, motivated to make a world that is better for us all, that is empathetic, strong, confident, committed to the truth, committed to building a world where people don't suffer to the same degree that they do here. A world that aims to take care of everyone, that aims to leave people fed and housed. That's what I really strongly believe in. And I think that directly participating in those types of politics, not pushing them off into an abstract or being like, the X institution will take care of it. You know, I think that that is very important to my politics. Yeah. Anyway, my lovely, lovely, lovely imps, we have been going for over 5 hours. I need to rest my back, and I also am very hungry, so I need to go eat some food. But I wanted to say thank you all for being here today. Don't forget rule number 1, which is do not fucking die. I want you all out there living your best lives. I want you all to be able to come here and tune in for another stream and laugh together and make friends together and mock Donald Trump as much as we can, okay? Today has been a wonderful stream. I will be streaming again soon. We will be doing a Cult of the Lamb very, very soon. So all of you, thank you for being here. Please consider one last time before the stream ends, tell your friends about this stream. If you see somebody talking about something I have a cool ass video on, send them that video because I want this channel to grow. I want this channel to become a true force for good in the world. And also to have a lot of good fun and talk about Star Wars with more imps, okay? Thank you all for your support. Every last one of you who donated to me today, thank you very, very much. I don't think I missed any donos, but if I missed any donos, I apologize. Oh, I did miss one. Louis Boy, thank you very, very much for the 10,000 COP. Thank you very, very much, Louis Boy. That was the one I missed. The rest of you, have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I will see you all very soon. Mwah, mwah. Good night, my lovely imps. Oh yeah, I gotta raid Zan. Hold on, I can do that now. I forgot, I can redirect to raid Xanderhall. Let me do that, hold on. I'm gonna send you all over to Xanderhall. Is he live? Yes, he's live. What? Why? He still hasn't added me. I can't raid Xanderhall because the bastard hasn't added me to his redirect list. How am I supposed to? I can't. All right, all of you, if you want to go watch some more stuff, Zan is streaming. Go over to Xanderhall.com, XANDERHAL, Xanderhall.com. We're gonna do a manual raid. If you guys want something to watch, Zan is very funny and he's laughing at Trump stuff. I'm sure he's gonna talk about a bunch of stuff I didn't talk about. So go have fun. Much love to all of you, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Mwah. Bye for now.